paid to get in there. I ain't know, they had to get something. Ain't nothing to learn. They let anybody come in here. Hey man, how you doing?
You good, man?
Good, doing well, doing well.
Yeah.
Doing well.
Mr. Deputy Sheriff, will you please call the meeting to order?
Come to order. All right. Hear ye, hear ye. This Noble County Commission meeting of Shelby County, Tennessee is open for transaction of business and for purpose. All persons having business with the commission are here to
Okay, thanks so much. Pastor Stokes, if you wouldn't mind coming doing our invocation for us this afternoon, we would greatly appreciate it.
Shall we pray? Eternal God, our Father, we come in the name of Christ to thank you for this day that thou hast granted us. We thank you for how you watched over us last night and protected us from the darkness. And oh Lord, as we come together with this council of commissioners, we want to say thank you. And we read in your word to trust in you and lean not to our own understanding, but in all our ways acknowledge you. And that's even in government. According to Isaiah, the government should be up on the shoulder. We thank you right now. We pray for each and every commissioner. We pray for their families. We pray for the entire county at large. We pray for divine protection, and we pray for guidance. It's in your Son, Jesus' name, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Madam Vice Chair, you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
Sugarman. Mills.
Present.
Ford.
Of course I'm present.
Wright. Bradford.
Present.
Thornton.
Present.
Morrison.
Present.
Brooks. Lowry. Avant. Chairman Whalen.
Present.
We have 11 present.
Okay, we do have a quorum today. Can we get approval of the minutes of the previous session without objection? On the roll call? Okay, let me finish reading that and then you can ask. Okay. So we're now seeking approval of the minutes of the previous session, which is from February 25th, 2025. Commissioner Ford?
Chair, item 35 that was in the minutes regarding clerk, I was on the prevailing slide. I actually stated that on the record. I voted no for the purposes of bringing this back. There have been several correspondences, several people stating that at least in the spirit of the late, great Ralph White of Bloomfield Baptist Church, who was one of the yeomen when it came to the club on the other side of the street, they're asking us to actually look into this. So for the purposes of actually getting this back on, for the purposes of a discussion, whether it's here or in committee, wherever case may be, I'd like to move for reconsideration on, it was item 35 on the agenda dealing with clerk.
All right, Commissioner Ford is making a motion to reconsider item 35 from the agenda from the meeting on February 24th. That was seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Okay, hearing none, the item 35 from the February 24th, 2025 commission meeting is back in front of us. If we just can, Madam Parliamentarian, if we can find that item and we can read that into the record.
Item 35 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee with Commissioner Sugar as acting chair. Item 35 is a resolution by the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, to create and fund 3 positions for the Citizen Law Enforcement Review Committee clerk in the fiscal year 2026 budget, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This item was an add-on in February 21st committee meeting.
Okay, reconsideration of item 35, moved by Commissioner Ford, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. We brought that on without objection. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Yes, I just want to state on the record that I've been getting phone calls and having conversations with Black clergy, various nonprofits, et cetera. And also, one of the individuals that Commissioner Brooks brought a resolution to appoint to the board, and they want to know what's going on with the clerk. And that is it's equivalent to what the city side has with the Civilian Law Enforcement Board, and it passed by the commission as an ordinance. And then the commissioners appointed individuals to serve on that board. The last step is to actually have 3 individuals, a clerk, and an investigator, and an administrator to serve. And so this commission voted it down, and so the public wants to know why. And so Commissioner Ford said last time he was going to bring it back up. And so there's individuals who may be present who want to speak on it, and if not, we can have them speak a little bit later. But I just want to make sure that the listening audience understands that this commission did pass the CLRB, which allows, for example, if there's a killing going on in the jail, to investigate an independent board, in which we, the commission, have already appointed the board, but the last step is actually to hire 3 individuals to administer the process. And so that's where we're trying to make sure the audience knows, because I've had the board members to contact me and want to know what's going on. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Ford.
Chair, I didn't know if we had people that wanted to speak on this, but I was going to ask the sponsor if there are people after the chair has exhausted the list, what is your pleasure with this item since it's back in front of us? Through the chair to the sponsor.
That is a good recommendation, to send it back down to committee so that individuals have the opportunity to come out and speak, as well as write emails, unless there's somebody here that wants to speak today. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Sugarman, so you're going to make a motion to refer to which committee?
The next committee meeting, which is, let's see,
March 26th?
March 26th. That's
Okay.
correct.
Is there a second? Okay, seconded by Commissioner Ford. Motion to refer to March 26th committee. Is there any objection? Okay, hearing none. Item 35 from 224 will move to committee on March 26th. All right, thank you very much. Can we get approval of the remainder of the minutes from February 24th without objection? Okay, hearing none. Those minutes are approved. It's possible to join the meeting in two ways: via the designated email account boc.email@shelbycountytn.gov or via phone at 901-222-1234. Madam Parliamentarian, can you please read the rest of the rule?
Members of the public who desire to address the county commission shall request permission by completing an appearance card, which will be given to the chair by a deputy. Members of the chair may set a limit for discussion by the public of less than 3 minutes for each individual if circumstances require. Finally, to the members of the public, if you would like to express your pleasure or displeasure on a matter before the county commission, please do so by raising your thumb up or pointing it down, as opposed to applause or other expressions of approval.
Resolutions of commendation. We have a few commissioners who have birthdays this month. Commissioner Mikkel Lowry just had his birthday on the 13th. Happy birthday, Commissioner Lowry. And then, well done, you did it. And then we hope the same for Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Wright's birthday is coming up on the 30th of March. Happy early birthday to you. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, can you please read item number 2?
Item 2 is a special resolution honoring Tony Allen, the grandfather, sponsored by Commissioner Mikkel Lowry.
All right, Commissioner Lowry, this is a special occasion because the grandfather himself is in the house. I will turn the floor over to you.
No doubt. First team. Mr. Chairman and the commissioners, thank you for allowing this time to recognize a special person that's near and deep to all of our hearts, especially from a Grizzly standpoint, but also who's ingratiated himself to the city. It's one thing to come in and play basketball and earn your money, which that's all you really ask to do at the end of the day, is come do your job. But for you to do more than that and to get involved in the community speaks volumes about yourself. So we thank you. Memphis thanks you. And we know we'll always have a place in our hearts for Memphians as well. I can speak to that directly because when I had my toy drive, I don't know how many he made that day, but he was going around the city to different toy drives, helping to give out gifts to kids and signing autographs, taking pictures. And that's what it means to be a Memphian, other than just playing for the Grizzlies. That's what it means to be a Memphian at heart. So if you indulge me just for a second, I won't read it all. I know we have a long agenda, Chair and body, but I just want to highlight some big things here. All right. So we'll just start. Obviously, Tony was born in Chicago. It always seems like there's always a Memphis and Chicago connection. It's always amazing when it comes to that. However, in 2010, he joined the Memphis Grizzlies, where he became the heart and soul of the team's grit and grind era, helping to lead them to 7 consecutive playoff appearances, including historic Western Conference Finals in 2013. We were 1 game away from the finals that year. I remember that. 1 game away. It was an incredible year. Allen's relentless defense earned him six NBA All-Defensive Team selections, including 3 times his first team. And if you know talent, it's what we always talks about, being first team, baby. Making him one of the most feared perimeter defenders in the league and solidifying his reputation as the grandfather of Memphis. Tony Allen became an integral part of Memphis community, dedicating time to youth mentorship, charity work, and fostering a strong bond with a city that embraced him. And just recently, he was at a literacy drive, handing out books to students as well. So again, really being a part of the Memphis community. The retirement of Tony Allen's number 9 jersey stands as a tribute to his contributions, ensuring that his impact on the team and the city will be remembered for generations to come. As you all know, he's only the third Grizzly to have his jersey retired, so making history within itself. So the Shelby County Board of Commissioners do hereby celebrate and honor Tony Allen for extraordinary contributions to Memphis Grizzlies, sports and basketball, and the city as a whole. Thank you, Tony, for all you've done, not only for our team, for our city. Thank you to his wife for being as supportive as you are as well. And you know you'll always be a Memphian for us at heart. Congratulations, Tony. Come on up for a second. Want to say a couple words real quick?
Yeah, I'll say a couple words. Well, this is definitely flattering. As soon as I got to Memphis, I knew this is where I wanted to be, but most importantly, in the community. It used to be a lot of events where they'd take me places where I'd be around kids who would be like just, sports kids, things of that nature. But I used to tell them, hey, take me to where them kids who ain't got nothing there. Take me to where them kids who need hope. Take me where them kids that need a whole different direction. And that's been my whole motto. When I say grit and grind, I ain't just talking about basketball. It's a way of life. And where I come from a place where people just don't make it out. And I was blessed enough to be in a situation to not only come back to the community and provide, and it's something I want to continue to do while I'm here in Memphis. So appreciate this award, brother.
All right, before you sit down, we have a few commissioners that might want to share a word with you, so I'll go to them. Commissioner Caswell.
Brother Allen, again, thank you, man, for all that you do. I know I got to sit in a couple of sessions there at the Husband Institute with Pastor Ricky Floyd. I know that you and him built a great bond. And when you talk about coming to the hood, that's where you came. And again, thank you for all that you did to pour into them, but it was just sitting with them mentoring. I was at the Christmas giveaway when you gave the toys out to them as well. So just thank you, man, for your heart to give back. I was watching your documentary the other day on YouTube, and anybody who have not seen your story need to know your story because it's very impactful and powerful. Thank you for your life and for giving back to others. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Vice Chair Avant.
Yes, Mr. Allen, it's so good to see you in this setting, and I get to take a point of privilege as Desiree and Tony are my church members, and so wonderful to be able to recognize you in this arena, but to see how the Memphis Grizzlies honored you and your legacy on Saturday was so phenomenal. I think it was just another way for us to bring back what your importance has been, not only to this Grizz community, but really to this Memphis community. Thank you for always wanting to pour into our young people and providing an example of what can happen and what their possibilities are. So thank you again, and to your wife, Desiree. I would have thought she had put on that production. She does all these productions at our church, and that production, I really would have thought she had a hand in that, but thank you again for your contributions to this community.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Avant. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Allen. So good to see you. Thank you for being here. Congratulations on your number being retired, and congratulations on this recognition today. But it's a lot of people get recognized, but some of them, I'd say many of them, don't really deserve it the way that you do. And I would say you deserve this because not only because of your exemplary record on the court and your activity, your charitable activities in the community, but you've given this whole city and this whole county an ethos. And we all rally behind that. Even today, we rally behind the grit and grind mindset. So thank you for what you mean to this community. Just blessings on the road ahead. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Bradford?
Mr. Allen, I'm going to echo all of my colleagues' sentiments here. I've lived in Memphis for all 47 years of my life and have never heard anybody sum up Memphis better than your all heart grit grind. So that means a lot to me, and for me, you all always will be first team all Memphis. So thank you.
All right, very good. Well, thank you again. It's an honor to have you here today and for all your contributions to our community. It really means a lot, as you can see, and thank you again. And yeah, maybe we'll see you out on the court again someday. All right. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, you'll please read item number 3.
Item 3 is a special resolution honoring Dr. Clarence Christian, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioner Sugarman.
Good afternoon. It's with great pleasure to honor Dr. Clarence Christian, whereas Dr. Clarence Christian is a philanthropist, educator, social historian, and community volunteer who has devoted his entire life to serving his community. Whereas Dr. Christian graduated from Lemoyne College with a bachelor's degree in sociology, a master's degree from the University of Chicago in social work, a PhD in philosophy and social research from the New School, and was a graduate of Leadership Memphis. Whereas Dr. Christian was the first African-American professor at Rhodes College and one of the first African-American professors at Mississippi State University. Whereas Dr. Christian is a proud father, grandfather, and great-grandfather who is a longtime member of the Second Congregational Church, where he also serves as church moderator. He is a member of the organizations that advocate for educational equity, social justice, and historical accuracy through inclusion, such as the Memphis and Shelby County Lynching Sites Project. Whereas among the countless and deserving awards given to Dr. Christian throughout his life include the Distinguished Service Award from Shelby County Mayor Lee Harris, the Beacon of Hope Award from Lemoyne College, and the Kate Gooch Leader of the Year Award from Leadership Memphis. Now, can we take a picture together? Yes. Okay.
Winners go around in circles.
Glasses. I'm fine.
All right, thank you. Dr. Christian, before you leave, we've got one commissioner in the queue here for you. Commissioner Lowry.
Come on, Dr. Christian.
Hello, son of my best friend.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Couldn't let this moment pass without saying thank you for all of you have done, not only for our community, for our school. Backstory: this is my father's best friend. They were roommates in college, and I've heard countless stories over the years of how they had to pay the rent. Pay the rent parties, and what's your waistline? Whatever your waistline was is what they charge you to get into the party. But up beyond that, just being the national alumni president of Lemoyne, it continually leads the way. You continue to pour into that school.
Yeah, come on. This is my little cousin. She
All right, cousin, come on, cousin.
Yeah.
Okay. Where is it? Resolution.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. Or you can open it up.
Thank you again.
All right, thank you. Congratulations and thanks for your service, Dr. Christian. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 4.
Item 4 is Shelby County Youth Council presentation.
All right, so everyone you see here in a blue sweatshirt is a part of the Shelby County Youth Council. We're a council made up of high school youth whose aim is to amplify all youth voices from every county district and hold our government representatives accountable to listen to the youth they represent. First, we would like to thank the District Connector Program for collaborating with us this year and helping us formulate our thoughts throughout the school year, and to the Shelby County commissioners and employees who showed up and showed out to the Shelby County Youth Council Youth Voice Summit this year, which was a huge success this year with a turnout of over 250 youth and 15 elected officials and government staff.
So we are here today because right now the youth are very much aware of how political decisions significantly impact the future. So it is crucial for youth like us to be active participants in shaping the policies that affect them. On behalf of these youth that we represent, we would also like to follow up with you about a few concerning of our work this year with youth throughout the Shelby County/Memphis area. So some of those recommendations range from investment in youth employment and career readiness, youth homelessness prevention, housing assistance, community safety, and violence prevention, as well as accessibility and affordable health care for youth and expanding the youth mental health services. The reason we strongly advocate for these recommendations is because they reflect the voices of over 250 plus youth, and all of those voices hold strong importance in the community's future. Thank you for listening and considering these voices for Shelby County Youth/Memphis Youth. Are there any comments or questions?
All right, thank you so much. We do have a few commissioners in the queue for you. Commissioner Thornton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to give a shout out to the District 10 Youth Council Representative Mark. It's always good to see you, and particularly good to see you at the summit where you're in your element and just clearly have done a lot of great work and built a lot of great relationships. So I just want to publicly give you your kudos, as well as to your counterparts. Y'all are doing a really great job to hold space for a lot of youth, and that's not an easy thing to do, but I think you're doing it well, and I look forward to seeing us engage some of your peers that aren't involved. You know, if that's something that I could just impart on you, is just to go deeper into the youth voice to be able to ensure that we're bringing our friends and our fellow youth that don't always get the opportunity to show up, but their voice still matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Caswell.
Again, I want to thank you all. You did an awesome job in collaborating with the city council youth as well to show that collaboration on that scale. That was a great look there for what you all did. Again, thank you for these recommendations. I think that, you know, truly this speaks to a lot of what we've been hearing around the city, especially I go into the schools every day almost out in our community. We are contracted, partnered with Memphis Business Academy, and much of this is what the youth are saying. And so I would just say to you all, again, with the Shelby County District Connectors, to reach out to those schools, right, and get this in there and maybe do some type of survey just to see if we're getting a good feed from all the other students throughout the district, so that we can get something back to this body that we can do to make sure we hear the voices of the youth. As we come up on the summer, is it anything that you all are doing that speaks to programming, how we get the message out to young people about opportunities out there? Are y'all kind of formulating any type of work to kind of help our youth know what's out there for them? Is that something that y'all working on?
So right now what our council is focusing on is making sure that we collected data. So for the summit next year, we can get more youth, and we want to get more elected official and involvement. So we're hoping that we can connect better with you all and, have a larger, expanded communication, and also just more opportunities for the youth in general to simply talk with elected officials or government leaders so that they know that they're being heard, because you all come and you show out at the Youth Voice Summit, but we would also like to have follow-up outside of that and what we can do and with all of you.
All right. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for your leadership. We're going to see y'all up here in some few years, so thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. I also want to commend you on a really great job with that youth summit. I had a chance to attend. I know several other commissioners had a chance to be there. And the quality of the conversation that we had in those small groups and being able to come up with actionable solutions was quite impressive. And I think I even shared that when I was in high school, wasn't doing that. Certainly, I don't know what I was doing, but wasn't doing that. And that makes me very hopeful and optimistic about the future, because you are our future leaders. You're leading now, and it's going to set you up well for success. So I welcome the opportunity to continue the partnership, to be able to think through ways in which we can collectively improve our community. But just want to shout you out for the work that you're doing, and the turnout that you're driving, the engagement you're getting done. Keep it up, because you've got a bright future ahead of you. All right? Thank you all very much. Okay, Madam Parliamentarian, will you please read item number 5?
Item 5 is a resolution to honor and recognize Zion Hill Missionary Baptist Church, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioner Thornton.
Well, hello, Chairman. How are you doing?
Very well. You have the floor.
Thank you. So, colleagues, I'm very excited to introduce yet another pillar within District 10. This particular honorary tour of sorts is to be able to bring the district to the commission. So our district has a lot of gems that don't always get recognized. And so upon meeting Ms. McKinney and the Victor Kerr Neighborhood Association, I was really impressed, because in South Memphis all the time, often in meetings that I'm in, I hear Soulsville, I hear South City, but then there's so many other South Memphis neighborhoods that don't actually get recognized. And so wanted to make sure that you knew both about leaders that are leading our neighborhood associations, but also our churches. So Zion Hill, as I have learned, has had a number of transitions. You have a long-standing history of leadership. And so it starts for Zion Hill when it was organized in July 14th, 1928 on South 3rd Street under the name Niway Missionary Baptist Church. And through many transitions, it seems like as the decades turn, there was a new leader and a new visionary leader at the helm of this particular church. We find our way to March 10th, 2024, where Pastor Anthony Sledge was installed as Zion Hill Missionary Baptist Church's pastor, where he concentrates on kingdom building at the Hill. And so I look more forward to hearing your voice, Pastor, and I just appreciate you so much for all that you do and the space that you hold for this Victor Kerr community, and believe that, this commission should recognize a great leader as yourself, and I appreciate and applaud you. So now, therefore, be it resolved that the Shelby County Board of Commissioners does hereby acknowledge Pastor Anthony Sledge and Zion Hill Missionary Baptist Church for your rich, tangible history in the community and to the citizens of our great Shelby County. So please help me applaud these great leaders, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you all. I'm just a servant leader at St. Paul, and I applaud the members for allowing me to be that servant leader, and not only just to have a church, but a worship experience and center, so we can serve the community and be the beacon of the community. And in the kingdom building, we don't just talk the talk, we walk the walk. And so we ask you to continue to pray for us, pray for the community, and pray that we will definitely move the community forward by sharing and caring and by kingdom building. So again, we thank you so very much, and continue to keep us lifted up, and we will do the same for you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pastor. We have one commissioner here in the queue for you, Commissioner Caswell.
Pastor, I know you said St. Paul, Zion Hill, right?
Zion Hill.
I know
I
you
see.
transitioned over. But I just want to say, I've been knowing Pastor Sledge over 20-some years, and
Yeah.
the great work he was doing even in the community before becoming the pastor. Just thank you at Zion Hill. Y'all been blessed with a great leader there in Pastor Sledge. Make sure y'all put him to work, because he going to do it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pastor Sledge. Thank you for being here today,
Thank you.
and congratulations, and thank you for your service.
Thank you for.
All right. Okay, all right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. We are now going to go to the general comment cards, and if I call your name and you wanted to speak on a specific item, you can just let us know that, and we'll make sure you get queued in behind that item. But otherwise, you may come up, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes to speak now. First up is Marie Pisano.
May I just go ahead?
Yeah, just state your name, address, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Marie Pisano, 1661 International Drive, Memphis, 38120. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We're here today to advocate for the grant process to move forward without delay. The Milton Community Enhancement Grant Program enabled the MVP3 Foundation and its partners to provide arts programs, jobs, community healing at Westwood High School in South Memphis and the Mid-South area. Creative outlets and job opportunities can empower youth to overcome trauma and crime and achieve a brighter future. We want to continue to inspire the next generation to create music that promotes love and happiness, not drugs and guns. We would like to deeply stress how music and media affect our mental health. Our integrity media and music training programs provide healthy content and career pathways. And let's not forget what a mustard seed can do. Tourism and economic growth rely heavily on healthy entertainment and creative pursuits. Our city offers more than just our history and negative news. We aim to promote local talent across all cultures and provide them with necessary funding, jobs, and support. We drive our community forward by bringing everyone together to create win-win opportunities. We can shake, rattle, and roll our city into a brighter future, inspiring and empowering all of us to find our yes. We also wish to note that music transforms and heals, and we are the music capital of the world. We appreciate your time and consideration. Our final words come through a song.
Think of your fellow man, lend him a helping hand. Put a little love in your heart. You know it's getting late. Put a little love in your heart, and the world would be a better place. And the world will be a better place. For you, for me, and me. Join us. Put a little love in your heart. 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 Memphis, put a little love in your heart.
All right. Very good, thank you. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but that may be the most untraditional comment card we have today, but we'll see. We still have a few before us. All right, next up we have Letitia Adams.
Is the Shelby County Lead Prevention and Sustainability Commission Chair. I'm here also in solidarity with Memphis Community Against Pollution, speaking today with grave concern regarding the pending air permit for XAI, directed today at the Shelby County Health Department. We are already appalled that this facility is already operating with no existing permits since June 2024 off of weak grounds that the turbines are temporary. Additionally, we have been advocating for the Shelby County Health Department to use the fullest extent of their regulatory power to no resolve. This lack of regard has left an already vulnerable Black community, one in which my father took his last breath and died, is egregious and is counterproductive to the role of the health department to protect the health and well-being of all Shelby County residents. It's a dangerous predicament. I'm asking today that the Shelby County Board of Commissioners immediately draft a resolution requiring the Shelby County Health Department to hold a public hearing to honor a democratic process, to hear from community members, as this entire XAI process has robbed locally elected officials like you, as well as City Council, and most importantly, has robbed us as constituents our right to democracy. Additionally, in general, we are calling on the Board of Commissioners to mandate public hearings for all air permits, which currently does not exist by the Shelby County Health Department, to be in alignment with existing permanent processes like land use. The City of Memphis has already been hoodwinked and bamboozled, so we are counting on you, County Commission, to attempt to be on the right side of history that can have lasting public health impacts for generations to come. An expat from South Africa and the leader of the Chamber of Commerce should not have this much power on the air that we breathe. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Before you sit down, we've got one commissioner in the queue for you, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you. Just wondering, have you already reached out to the health department to schedule a meeting? And if there's been any success to be able to
We have not had a successful history with setting up successful meetings with the health department, but we would love to do that should they respond.
Okay, nice. Just to Dr. Taylor's, I'm pretty sure someone here in the audience is from the health department. If we could just set up the meeting to be able to have the conversation we've seen time and time again.
Sure, can we include you in that correspondence to ensure that we get follow-up?
I would love to do whatever I can.
All right, wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Next up, we have Keyshawn Pearson. All right, Keyshawn Pearson. No, okay. Next is Reverend Stokes. You're good, okay. Jesse Lee Coach. All right, if you'll just state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Mr. Jesse Coates, 4204. Hello, everyone. My name is Mr. Jesse Lee Coates. I stand before you today as someone who has faced many challenges. I am a product of South Memphis, Boxtown. I spent 27 years in prison. The day I was released, I met a remarkable woman named Mrs. Brenda Monroe Moses. She helped me tremendous by assisting me in obtaining my Social Security card. However, there is one thing and I still cannot get my birth certificate. I have tried for over 5 years to get it, but no one seems to be able to help me. Ms. Monroe Moses has spoken to Congressman Cohen and others, yet my situation remains unchanged. This is frustrating and disappointing. I feel like this system is failing me and many others like me. It seems unfair that a billionaire can come into our city and take our land, while I, a person who has paid my debt to society, cannot even obtain a simple document that proves who I am. I am practically concerned about the plan by Mr. Elon Musk to expand into our community. This feels like another way to oppress black peoples who are already facing enough struggle. This isn't just about me, it's about all of us. We, the peoples of Boxtown, deserve better from our elected officers. I want to know why I cannot get my birth certificate, why it is so easy for someone with money to get what they want, while I struggle for something so basic. It shows that something is broken in this system, and it can't be fixed without my birth certificate. I can't get a driving license, and I have faced arrest for driving without one. This is a cycle that needs to end. I urge all of you in position of power to remember that we matters. We may not have wealth, but our voice deserves to be heard. If you cannot help me get my birth certificate, then I question whether you truly represent me or the peoples in this community. This situation has gone on long enough, and it's time for a change. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Thornton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank you for coming to speak on this issue and just encourage other members of the public when you are facing the end of your efforts, that this is a great way for you to come down to advocate for yourself. So I will personally commit to helping you being able to get the birth certificate. I think, Ms. Moses, you've been assisting him, right? Can you just, what is the actual barrier that he's experiencing?
Doesn't exist.
Can you make sure to speak on the microphone, if you don't mind? Thank you.
He doesn't exist. He's got criminal court records where they incarcerated him, but 27 years ago, 5 years ago, computers didn't exist, and so he has his sister's birth certificate, his brother's birth certificate to show who he's related to, but he cannot obtain a birth certificate through the health department. And so we echo what the young lady said about the health department not being run properly, and he can't even get a simple document from them.
Okay.
Nice. Well, thank you for that context. I think, P. Moses, you have my number. If you could just text me, then we'll figure out how to figure this out. I will just say, from my work with the homeless, I've seen similar issues. We have a person that I was helping. She was born by a midwife and wasn't able to figure out her birth certificate dilemma. And then someone else had stolen identity. So just to the general public, this issue is something that is far-reaching, and I look forward to trying to help you figure out what the issue is. And if it's something that we need to legislate in, then yeah, I'm just here to walk alongside you. So I just wanted you to know that your appeal to the commission today didn't fall on deaf ears. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Commissioner Thornton. Vice Chair Evans?
Yes, I also just want to echo our need and support to help you obtain the birth certificate. I do want to just also state for the record, Dr. Taylor has been an advocate for getting birth certificates and records put into, they were paper copies up until the 90s for people of color, Black people in this county. And so she has really worked very hard and very diligently, so I am sure that we will be able to rectify this situation. But just wanted to make sure on the record that is something she has been a huge proponent of, and they have just moved to a digitized system. So there has been a backlog of Black people not having birth certificates for years, for decades, and she really has worked very hard to do that. So I think there's an opportunity for us to try to remedy this problem.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Evans. Commissioner Brooks?
How old? I'm sorry, I did not catch
He's
your name, sir.
73.
He's 73?
Yes.
Okay. It's a possibility that his records may be sealed. And what I would suggest is that he would write 2 vital statistics
We've done it. My mother
in Nashville.
We've been to Congressman Cohen. He has his paperwork with him too.
I'm not talking about Cohen. No,
Yeah.
I'm saying, you have to do some legwork.
Yeah.
It's a possibility something else may exist here.
Mm-hmm.
You can also check with the Department of Children's Services in Nashville.
Okay.
He may have a sealed record.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, County Commission Chairman Whaley. And
I'm sorry, hang on one second. Did you want to make another comment?
Yeah, I have my own. I brought him to.
Okay, we can do that.
Was I
now.
not
Okay.
next?
Yeah, we can, it got pulled out to a different item, but we can do it now. It's no problem.
Yeah,
You just state your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, Pamela Moses, 2383 Jackson. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the County Commission and Chairman Whaley. My name is Pamela Moses. I'm founder of Rise Up America Historical Neighborhood Preservation and also founder of COCX, a community oversight commission. I was a congressional candidate in the past presidential election, and many people mistake me as an activist. But I am a human rights advocate trained by the United States Human Rights, and I stand here before you today with deep concerns of our community regarding South Memphis, particularly Boxtown and XAI project proposed by Mr. Elon Musk that is moving forward rapidly, bypassing the EPA laws specifically as required by Section 102(2)(c) of the NEPA. As representatives of our constituents, it is our duty to listen to the voices of the people who elected you. Ignoring those requests, especially concerning environmental issues, in distressed areas, not only undermines the foundation of democracy, but it jeopardizes the health and well-being of our community. The failure to conduct a comprehensive environmental impact study on this project is nothing short of egregiousness. It raises serious questions about the commitment to safeguarding neighborhoods that have long been marginalized. We understand that growth and development are essential for our region. However, growth should not come at the expense of our environment or the health of our residents. The South Memphis area has been home to numerous environmental challenges, and adding a project of this scale without thorough examination is reckless, and the decision to neglect the address the concerns we are telling you that the constituents have in regards to their health to the secondary corporate interests is just wrong. To the representatives of Germantown and Cordova, I urge you to consider the ample land you have available. Even Fayette County is flourishing, and there are opportunities for development, but that they do not disrupt vulnerable communities. We do not want Elon Musk in our neighborhood, where there are risks to our air quality, and the life that we have is at risk also. Supporting this project does not mean bringing jobs or benefits to South Memphis. Rather, it threatens to exacerbate existing issues and pushing our community further into distress. I implore you to stand with these constituents who speak on this and listen to their concerns and advocate for environmental review and prioritize the health and well-being of residents that you all represent. Let us work together that development is responsible, equitable, and beneficial for all, not just someone who has a whole bunch of money. For what does it profit a man to gain the world and lose his soul? Respects to you, Mr. Caswell, because of your loss in the Fraser community with Pastor Floyd. And I don't see Mr. Ford, but I'm praying for you. I hope you all heard what I said and you take it to heart, because this is moving too fast. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we have Jasmine Bernard. Jasmine Bernard.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jasmine Bernard. I live in the zip code of 38109, and I'm here to represent SCYC as a member of Bridges and talk about youth mental health. A lot of the mental health services that we have in Memphis are either scattered and youth in need cannot reach them, or they're not available, period. Additionally, many of the services that we do have in Memphis are reactive as opposed to proactive. Some things that are included in this are the officers that we have in our schools as opposed to mental health counselors, or even just having more school counselors who can understand youth before it gets to the point where we need to where we need to have an officer. Additionally, we one of the demands that youth made at the Youth Voice Summit was to increase county funding for mental health services in schools and around our counties, just so youth have access to these services and they're not desperate to find them in the moments that matter most. We can't wait for our elected officials to give their condolences anymore, and we can be proactive and make these resources available for youth in Shelby County. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much. Commissioner Caswell.
Yeah, thank you again for your voice and standing up for a very important issue. I just say to this body, and I know you're working with the Shelby County District Connector, the Youth and Family Resource Center just received, well, in partnership with the Brave Foundation, another $500,000 from this body so that youth ages 13 to 18 can get those free counseling services. If we can just continue to help push that out there so that more youth know that those services are available to them, but that's through the Brave Foundation, through this body to continue to increase that. So it was $500,000 last year, another $500,000 for, and again, the opportunity, telehealth, group help, or in-person help through therapists is available to them. So thank you for your
Commissioner.
voice.
I agree, but I would just say that we need to make that known because, like, even as a youth, that was not apparent to me. So I feel like in Memphis, those resources are there, and it's been proven that we have enough resources for every youth in Memphis. However, if youth don't know of those resources or if they're not shared to marginalized communities, then it really doesn't matter if they're there. But thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Sugarman?
And before you leave, young lady, okay. And so you stated you're in 38119 zip code area?
38109, yes.
38109?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but I just want to encourage you to continue to not only come before the commission as well as the city council meetings, as well as town hall meetings in your community, because it's very important, because when we're out in our community as commissioners, we're listening to what our constituents are telling us, and the resources are finite, and, you know, each commissioner is fighting for their community and their districts. So I do encourage you, as well as to encourage other young people, to not only come to the commission, but also to town hall meetings in your area. So, but thank you for your
Yes, ma'am.
yes, you did a wonderful job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have London Jordan.
Let me start off with my address.
State your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
London Jordan, 6585 Century Arbor Place West, apartment 101, zip code 38134. Today, I represent Bridges for Shelby County Youth Council, and today I will be recommending investment in youth employment and career readiness. So at our schools, I don't feel like we have a sense of career readiness, and we don't have a promotion of a lot of careers at our schools, and not a lot of youth know about paid internships or even like job training programs. And I understand, like, I feel like youth should like be forced to push that for themselves, like, oh, I want a job. But it's not only about just having a job. I feel like you should have jobs that's oriented towards their major or their career. Also, I feel like they should have partnerships with local businesses to increase and create career development opportunities for young people. I don't justify that young people should just suffer in finding a job that's not related to what they can discover, related to like STEM or related to liberal arts. Also, I would suggest that we should be able to push different programs in schools to increase the amount of potential majors and careers in schools, because in certain areas, certain schools, they don't have a lot of classes that they get every day. They don't have as many APs as Rice Station or East. They don't have aviation like East. They don't have all these programs that other schools are given. So I feel like that should be equal towards all schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Mark Williams.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Williams, 918 East Dempster Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38106. I just wanted to go ahead and before give a thank you to the Board of Commissioners for hearing us out and being a positive change maker for improving youth voice within Shelby County. And also I would like to thank I would just thank all of you again for doing that. And I would just like to go ahead and bring an overall list of recommendations, just 5, and I want to talk about one that really impacts a lot of people here. So, of course, we have investment in youth employment and career readiness for within Shelby County. We have expansion of youth mental health services, youth homelessness prevention and housing assistance, community safety and violence prevention, and accessible and affordable health care. And this was a list of recommendations that was compiled from the Youth Voice Summit, in which 250 youth came to Bridges to be a positive community change maker for their district and for the overall Shelby County. I really want to talk about number 1, which is investment in youth employment and career readiness. And the main reason I want to say this is because the modern 21st century post-secondary world can be challenging to navigate if you don't have the correct resources in order to actually make it and be able to be qualified. You know, it used to be that you'd be able to have a college degree or you'd have a high school diploma, and you'll be able to go ahead and work. And now it's becoming more concerned. And now it's becoming more that you need internships, you need more education, you need internships, you need different programs to be able to go to college, be able to qualify for work. So, of course, the Board of Commissioners, Shelby County Board of Commissioners, summer work program for youth. Thank you, Chairman Whaley, for that, making that for the youth. Glad to see your commitment, but especially within poor youth, poor and less economically advantaged youth, have way less opportunities for for being able to get ahead, and it leaves them lacking. Some schools such as like Hamilton or Melrose don't have don't have those opportunities compared to other schools that may be in Cordova or Germantown. And I would just like to see that we would increase investment in youth employment and career readiness, and just for make sure that our youth are prepared. Our youth are prepared for the 21st century post-secondary world, but also to increase the views on how people view Memphis and Shelby County as a whole, because the products that come out of Shelby County, greatly influence how we are viewed as a county as a whole. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you for those recommendations and for being here today.
No problem.
Next up, we have Christine Fox.
Hi, good afternoon. Christine Fox, 244 North McNeil Street. So I am here today in my capacity as a community organizer for Memphis Community Against Pollution, and I would just like to echo what Ms. Adams and Ms. Moses said and express the concern that we at MCAP and also the community has about the XAI facility coming in and just running amok, and there's been no public hearing, there's no permits. So we are hearing on almost a daily basis from community members who are angry, confused, and frustrated. They're not getting any information, and yet they are continuing to be placed in this sacrifice zone. The person who owns XAI has a history of not inviting public, public comment or not being involved with the public. And so I would just like to urge you, as Ms. Adams and Ms. Moses did, to use your influence with the Shelby County Health Department to get a public hearing and, get some more oversight of the XAI thing. So, thank you.
Okay, yes, thank you. Next is Kimberly Davis.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Davis. I reside at 1753 Berwyn Road, zip code 38116. And I am here today to speak to you all, and I thank you for this opportunity to come before you. The last time I had the pleasure of standing before you, we were in the midst of a fight with sterilization services. We wanted them to agree to take measures, protective measures that they could to help protect the community from ETO. And we thank you for your support in that fight. Today, we're here because the community is very concerned about XAI and the way they have come into the community. There's been no public oversight. The community has been left in the dark, and those who advocate for the community have also been left in the dark. We've scrambled for information. We've tried our best to gather as much knowledge and share it with the community to let them know what their rights are. And currently, the community is adamantly opposed to having Elon Musk in their community because of so many reasons, including how he entered the community and now the planned expansion. We're very concerned because there are already so many toxic release facilities in Southwest Memphis. One source shows that there are 66 toxic release facilities in Memphis, and half of those surround a very small, historically Black community. With that said, there are high, very high, up in some areas, 14 times higher cancer rates than any other place in the nation. And we're ranked 8th in asthma cases. And our children are especially vulnerable and more likely to suffer from those asthma attacks. I'm asking on behalf of the community members in Southwest Memphis that you support us again and support us in our ask of Shelby County Health Department to have a public hearing so that the people's voices and their concerns can be heard and addressed in an appropriate manner. That is the very least that they can have, considering all of the sacrifices they have made. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next is Grayson Huntley.
Hello, everyone. My name is Grayson Hatley. I live here in Orange Mound, and a big concern that I've had is in regards to the issues that I've seen regarding immigration here in the city of Memphis. I feel as though there's been a very stark decline in the amount of Hispanic individuals that you'll see out on a daily basis due to the fear of deportation and things regarding like discrimination and just all the issues that have been arising politically in terms of that. I have spoken with a few city officials and individuals at the National Immigrant Justice Center in regards to this issue, and what I would like to personally do in terms of making a difference or having the youth's voice being heard is make a project deemed the I'm Memphis Project, which is a project regarding immigration and how we can spread awareness about the issues that immigrants have been facing in Memphis. I have spoken with Mr. David Bradford here, who has heard about this and who has been supporting me in my efforts and has helped me to get in contact with Latino Memphis and has helped me to be able to build on this project. So our mission statement is the I'm Memphis Project's mission is to spread awareness about immigration and mass deportation, both locally and nationally. We promote organizations and resources that specialize in immigration. Our goal is to provide updates on important situations pertaining to the political climate in the city of Memphis through both education and advocacy. And I believe that through advocating for immigrants in Memphis, I feel like we can, through the youth, make a big change and be able to just help our people. I feel like a lot of the times you see Hispanic people, especially me at my school, I see Hispanic people talking about how scared they are, even like making jokes about the issues that they are facing. I feel like being able to seriously push back against all of the issues that they're having will ultimately do well for the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing that. Well, hang on one second before you sit down. I think Commissioner Bradford wanted to share a word with you. Commissioner Bradford?
Grayson, I just wanted to encourage you. You're very passionate about this. I hope Latino Memphis is helping move things forward that you're interested in, and I'm more than happy to help any way else I can. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Okay,
Bradford.
thank you, Commissioner Bradford. All right, thank you. Just another note of thanks for everyone who came up and gave a public comment, for the Youth Council, for all your work, for everyone who works with the Youth Council. I see folks here in the audience. Thanks for sticking with them. Really inspiring to hear that and to see what they're doing. So I think any way we can continue to help, I think we will. And also appreciate those coming, talking about air pollution and how we can support there and in our role. And I think you'll find that we want to try to help in whatever way we can. Commissioners, we're now at the consent agenda, so we're going to put 3 minutes on the clock. Please review the consent agenda, and if there are any items that you wish to pull. All right, Commissioner Bradford?
Yes, item 13.
13? Okay. Commissioner Morrison?
That was mine as well.
All right. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Number 21.
21. Okay. Commissioner Ford?
6.
Number 6. All right, Commissioner Brooks?
10 and 16.
Number 10. Number 16. Okay. Commissioner Thornton?
11.
Number 11. All right, so we're gonna pull 6, 10, 11, 13, 16, and 21. All right. Madam Parliamentarian, will you please read the consent agenda with the exception of those items pulled?
Items 7 and 8 come from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Item 7 is a resolution to amend the FY 2025 Grant Fund operating budget in the amount of $4,724 for the period of August 1, 2024 through May 31st, 2025 to expend grant funds from the Tennessee State Library and Archives. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2025 state grant funds in the amount of $4,724, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Item 8 is a resolution approving a piggyback contract between Shelby County Government and Catalyst Public Works and Citizens Engagement LLC in an amount not to exceed $12,689,000 for Catalyst CMS Court Case Management System, commencing upon execution of the contract continuing through March 31st, 2026, and shall not exceed $12,689,000. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2025 capital improvement project funds in an amount not to exceed $12,689,000, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Item 9 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as Vice Chair. Item 9 is a resolution amending the FY 25 Capital Improvement Plan budget and approving the expenditure and appropriation of funds for the completion of the renovation of the Shelby County Division of Corrections W Building at 1045 Mullen Station Road for the Corrections Administrative and Training Academy. This item requires expenditure and appropriation of FY 2025 capital improvement budget funds in the amount of $375,000, sponsored by Commissioner Mick Wright. Item 12 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 12 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment or reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Item 14 comes from the Core City, Neighborhoods, and Housing Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 14 is a resolution approving the sale of 32 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices collectively totaling $172,945 pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507 and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaimed deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Items 15 and 17 through 20 come from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee with Commissioner Thornton as Vice Chair. Item 15 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to New Ballet Ensemble in Schools, NBES, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Brandon Morrison. Item 17 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Junior Auxiliary of Collierville, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr. Item 18 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $7,500 to Code Crew, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $7,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Shantae K. Avant. Item 19 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $12,500 to Memphis Jazz Workshop, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $12,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Shantae K. Avant and Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr. Item 20 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $15,000 to Bartlett Education Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $15,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Okay, thank you. If we can get a mover and seconder on the consent agenda. Moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Okay, we've read the consent. We've had the items already pulled. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare the screen to vote on the consent agenda minus the items pulled? We can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, and Chairman Whaler. We have 8 aye votes, I'm sorry.
All right, the consent agenda passes. Item number 6.
Item 6 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Item 6 is a resolution receiving and filing the January 2025 monthly comprehensive financial update reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Reports for the year ending June 30th, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
All right, item 6 is moved by Commissioner Thornton, and if we can get a second, seconded by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Clay Bibbs, can we have a committee report?
They came down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Ford, you have the floor.
Thank you. Ms. Schonbaum knows what question I'm about to ask, because we were at TGFOA a few weeks ago, and I said I was going to ask this question on record. So just to give some chronology, I went back and looked at the ACFR, and I appreciate these financial updates, even though I know they're unaudited. When we got our FY23 numbers audited, it was given to us on January the 28th, 2022. When our 2023 ACFR was given to us, well, FY22 rather, it was on January 31st. Then our FY23 ACFR was given to us February 29th. We are now in mid-March, and I know it's not you all's fault, because when I talk to the CFO, she can only get what she can get, and I know that it's frustrating that when items are not given to you all in enough time, the state has deadlines. They have an August 31st, well, they have a June 30th deadline, an August 31st deadline, and a December 31st deadline. So my question is, because it looks like that you all are still trying to get all the information so that we can have our annual comprehensive financial report for FY24. So my question is, what component unit or units have not given you the information in a timely manner, and how adverse is that when it's time for the state to receive those that information? Because I know that December 31st was 3 months ago. So just to reiterate my question, what component units have you either not received information or you received it late? And what adverse effect is that going to have on us for the purposes of trying to figure out how we can get back to where we actually have these items given to us in a timely manner, hopefully in January? You know what my question is. I just had to put some context. So through the chair to Ms. Schonbaum.
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director of Administration and Finance. We are still waiting on the Memphis Shelby County Schools component unit portion. I will say that our auditors have been extremely short-staffed, and so that in part has played a part in the delay of our audit this year. We met with the partner in charge today, and we have a commitment from them to have our audit completed by the end of the month, so we do not anticipate another delay. This is extremely critical for many things going on in the county, and we are pushing. The administration wants this done as quickly as possible and are working with the auditors to make that happen.
All right, thank you, Ms. Schonbaum. Commissioner Ford, did you need some additional time? Okay, Commissioner Ford?
One last follow-up. So since it is March 17th, what forecast do you have to where this body might be able to get the ACFR for 24?
If Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director of Administration and Finance, if as committed to by the auditors today, we receive our audit at the end of the month, the ACFR will be issued the 31st of the month. It will be made available electronically immediately thereafter, and then the hard copies will be made available within a couple of weeks after that.
That was my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Schonbaum. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 6. Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Mills, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Avon, and Chairman Whaley. We have 12 aye votes.
Item number 6 passes. Item number 10.
Item 10 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as Vice Chair. Item 10 is a resolution to accept a state grant in the amount of $62,500 and to amend the FY 2025 operating budget to expend grant funds in the amount of $62,500 from the State of Tennessee Office of Criminal Justice Programs and approve the expenditure of funds for the Themis Center for Justice Policy, Practice, and Research to conduct an impact study. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2025 state grant funds in the amount of $62,500, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
All right, thank you. Item 10 is moved by Commissioner Caswell, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Sugarman, can we have a committee report? Oh, okay. Someone else who was in Law Enforcement Committee can help us out? All right, I think it came down with a favorable recommendation. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Brooks, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I needed is some information in reference to this organization and maybe the intent of the sponsor who is not here. What is she looking for in her impact study? But is there anyone here representing this organization? Team has been in existence since 2003. There's no one here, Mr. Chairman.
I don't think so. Anyone
Can we
here
just-
from, that can speak to this item?
And the information I have is kind of, it's not helping me to understand the implementation of an impact study, because my research is showing that this is an organization that publishes original research papers. So I'm trying to figure out how this is going to be yield results of whatever blank impact study. So I'd like to move to defer this to the next committee meeting.
Okay, Commissioner Brooks has made a motion to refer this to, you want to refer it to committee?
And next committee.
I'm sorry?
Next committee.
Next committee, okay, so
Right.
refer it to March 26th. Committee was seconded by Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you.
Can we take that without objection? Okay, hearing none, item 10 will be referred to committee. Thank you. Item number 11.
Item 11 comes from the Economic Development and Tourism Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Lowry. Item 11 is a resolution finding of conditions necessary for community redevelopment in the Cleveland Street Corridor area and adoption of the Community Redevelopment Plan for the Cleveland Street Corridor area, sponsored by Commissioner Mikkel Lowry and Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
All right, item 11, moved by Commissioner Caswell, seconded by Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Lowry, can we have a committee report?
Thank you, Chair. This came down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Avant?
Yes, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Okay, Vice Chair Avant's moved to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Can we do that without objection? All right, hearing none. Vice Chair Avant, you're on as a sponsor. Is that all? Okay. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I know that we're going to speak on this item later in the agenda, but I was just wondering, is this just a resolution to confirm that the TIF requirements are met?
All right, I think we've got someone that can help answer that for us. If you'll just come up, state your name and address, and you can answer that question.
Good evening, County Commission. Jordan McKenzie, staff at the Community Redevelopment Agency, 850 North Manassas Street. Yes, the resolution is just to confirm that the TIF requirements have been met.
Okay, awesome. So thank you for even prioritizing, making sure that you honor that. I mentioned in committee, if we could, for this particular area, get a map that identifies all of the neighborhoods that are within this TIF area and the neighborhood associations associated with those neighborhoods, with the specific interest being to identify any, I guess, unorganized parts of the district and how you are intentionally be able to target those areas for outreach. I don't know if it's already been sent. If it has, okay, I'm getting a head nod that it has been sent, and it was sent to the full body, correct?
So the map that you're referring to, the updated map with the different neighborhoods, no, that hasn't said. I apologize. No, that hasn't been. What I was, sorry. Oh, you did. Okay, I apologize. So it has been sent. Yes.
Thank you. So I see you saying that you sent it to me. Can you just send it to the entire body? Okay, thank you. Thank y'all.
Thanks. Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item number 11. We can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Mills, Ford, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Avant, and Chairman Whaley. Have 10 aye votes.
Item number 11 passes. Item number 13.
Item 13 comes from the Core City Neighborhoods and Housing Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 13 is a resolution requesting a 180-day moratorium starting on March 1st, 2025, on the issuance of any new pilot or pilot extension for housing issued by any public board, corporation, or entity, allowing sufficient time for the Shelby County Commission to examine the performance and accountability of current existing pilot lease agreements impacting county government property tax revenue and fiscal stability. Sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Okay, thank you. If we get a mover and seconder on item 13. Moved by Vice Chair Avant, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Thank you. Commissioner Brooks, can we have a committee report?
Yes, this is item number 13. This item did come down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we have a couple comment cards here, but Commissioner Brett, we want to wait for that, okay? First up, we have Corbin Carpenter. Want to come up, state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Corbin Carpenter, 386 Bill Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. Good afternoon, Chair Whaley. Good afternoon, Commission. My father and I, Charles Carpenter, law partner Charles Carpenter, are here. We represent the Health, Education, Housing Facility Board for the City of Memphis, Tennessee. All that we're asking here, Chair and Commission, that the Health and Ed Board, we are here representing them. We are also speaking on behalf of the City of Memphis Administration, on behalf of the City of Memphis Housing and Community Development, on behalf of the Memphis Housing Authority, and also on behalf of the Memphis City Treasurer's Office. Each of those entities that I just mentioned were not officially a part of the conversations that took place in the ad hoc committee. So we're not coming here at all being adversarial. We just want the commission to know that before you make any decisions, that you have all the material facts presented in front of you, one, but also two, that all the parties that this will affect have an opportunity to come and speak to the commission and have a very beneficial dialogue that can disclose certain material facts that were not disclosed in the conversations that we monitored, and also just to give an opportunity for everything to be put on the table. So I know my law partner Charles Carpenter has something to add, but that is all I have, Commission. Chair, any questions I should entertain? Or?
No, I think that's great. Charles also filled out a card, so we can go to him, and then we can go to questions from commissioners, and we can bring you in as needed.
Absolutely. And lastly, Chair, so our official ask is that this matter be remanded to the pilot ad hoc committee for those further discussions and dialogue to be had.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, Charles Carpenter.
Charles Carpenter, 386 Bill Street, Memphis 38103. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, as my partner indicated, we've been involved with these multifamily housing pilots for over 20 years. And they're very complex matters, and they can be readily distinguished from other pilots. Economic development pilots dealing with job creation and other sort of matters. And we have a very strong compliance and monitoring program. The city has internal monitors, external monitors. There are other provisions that are set up. As a matter of fact, the board is having a pilot lessee workshop next Monday, March 24th, at the Holiday Inn at the University of Memphis. And we would invite all of the commissioners to come and see exactly firsthand what's going on. We want to serve as a resource to the council, the commission, because there are a lot of things that are going on. Our community is in desperate need of affordable housing. The margins are so thin that it's very difficult to get developers to focus on affordable housing. It takes several years at times to put together the capital stack to move forward with affordable housing. A 6-month moratorium would be very adverse and destructive to that entire process. And before this commission takes any steps along those lines, we want you to have all of the facts in front of you. This Health Ed Board works closely with Tennessee Housing Development Agency with low-income housing tax credits. Without the low-income housing tax credits, without the various grants that come from city government, federal government, and others, affordable housing would be non-existent. So again, just echo my partner's statement. Since we have not had an opportunity, there have been requests for documents from the City Health Ed Board, and those documents, how they have been requested was so voluminous. I think some were submitted, but the bulk of them have not been. So we would just respectfully ask that this matter be referred back to the pilot ad hoc committee so that we can get all of the information before all of the commissioners, so a factual decision can be made on balancing this and to see what's best for the county.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Carpenter. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Carpenter, Attorneys Carpenter and Carpenter, thank you so much for coming down. And thank you, Mr. Carpenter, for your invitation to a couple of the ad hoc members, including the chair, to visit your meeting and get a sense of what you all do. We appreciate that, and we intend to take you up on that. So basically, I just wanted to thank you for that, because we do have a presentation, and I hope you have enough time to listen to our presentation. Absolutely. I'll ask now, Mr. Chairman, if we can entertain Mr. Professor Austin Harrison and Assessor Bailey. Okay, well, Professor Harrison, Rose College will have Mr. Bailey's time.
I won't take up too much of it, but thank you, Commission, for entertaining this. And as
Sorry, state your name and address, please.
definitely will do, Commissioner. Yeah. So my name is Austin Harrison. I'm an assistant professor of urban studies at Rhodes College, and I've also been serving with many others in attendance here on the ad hoc committee. And in commission, we had a really good conversation. In committee last week, we had a really good conversation about some of the realities of the health ed board at the city level, specifically evictions and code violations. And I also have been attending the city board for the last year. And I will be honest, Carpenter, I do not believe it's a strong compliance and monitoring system. A lot of the research I've done has actually shown that if we really had a strong compliance and monitoring system at the health ed board, we could reduce the county-wide eviction rate by almost 20%. We are paying for 1/5 of our evictions. We are going a long way to pay out-of-town developers. And then the voluminous records that the Carpenters referenced are actually basic information like the contracts, the name on the contract, who the company is that gets the tax break. It's basic things that if I was getting $400,000 a year from the Shelby County government as an individual, I would be required to submit that information and then probably a whole lot else. If you get SNAP benefits or EBT benefits, when people get things from the government, we ask for everything from them. When corporations from California get money from the government, we can't even provide basic voluminous data on who is getting the money and who is responsible. And so I think that while I agree that there should be all parties at the table, there is enough information to know that there is something going on with our pilot program that we need as a county. We are required, I think, to understand and get our arms around and really understand, especially with the government cuts going on at the federal level. The county, local government is going to have to step up more. And based on trustee reports, there are probably about $30 to $35 million a year that go out to pilots, and it's probably a lot more because the assessor doesn't do relative reappraisals. So we don't know the values of these pilots. So the moratorium is to get basic information on these tax breaks that are a lot more money than we give to most everyday people.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Harrison. Commissioner Morrison.
Thank you, and I'd just make a comment on this. I do think it's very important that, housing affordability is one of our key priorities, and I think a moratorium is actually the last thing we need. We need to produce the housing faster, and so my view would be to continue the conversation, great, but certainly a moratorium is not the way to make progress.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Commissioner Morrison. We'll go back to Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everything needs review. And we've been looking at a number of agencies that have not had the opportunity of other eyes, public eyes on them. And when we start talking about spending public dollars, we need to be readily available to say, yes, it needs to be reviewed. Everything can stand to be reviewed. Now, this is simply a request. This is a request, if you'll read it. And this will allow us to comply with TCA 753-102. Right now, we don't know if we are in compliance with that. Oh, what is that, TCA 53-102? Well, that's the General Assembly law that was drafted to grant industrial development boards the authority to do local governments, to do payment in lieu of taxes. And basically, it is for agricultural commodities, the creation of affordable housing, and I'll stop there. How do we know we're creating affordable housing if there's never been a review? We do not have a matrix. We do not have any way of measuring this. We have no way of monitoring this. And there's so much pushback or self-reporting that is unreliable. So this is a request, and we have a report from the assessor that documents all of these pilots and pilot lease agreements, but we have no information in terms of whether or not they are complying with the statute that allows us to give them the public money. And it's time we do that. It has not been done. And that's why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick question for Commissioner Brooks through the chair. And I was just wondering, where did you come up with a 6-month moratorium? I'm just wondering where that number come from as far as.
Thank you. That's a good question. It was not Commissioner Brooks. It was consensus of the ad hoc committee. We debated, talked about it, and with the work in front of us, trying not to go too long, but understanding this is a voluminous amount of work. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of documents, and it's just a few people, but, and I'm very thankful, smart people who are willing to do the work. So this is what the committee agreed would be pretty much the time it would take us to get through these documents, if the moratorium was granted. But if the moratorium is not granted, that means they'll keep coming in and coming in and coming in, okay? And we'll still will not have a grasp on whether or not they are benefiting the public welfare and in compliance with the state statute.
Okay, a follow-up question, Chair. And so with having said that, did you all look at a shorter time frame, maybe like 3 months or 4 months? I'm just curious because according to Carpenter, that would put some issues with, the moratorium being so long. I'm just wondering if you all thought about a shorter time frame, if that would be possible.
Well, I think that's a question in isolation here because what we have to do is the work. Mm-hmm. And if the work can get done in a shorter period of time, we would do that. And then we can abandon the committee and move forward with a recommendation to this body. But the time is going to be dictated by the work getting done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Chair, and Madam Chair Brooks. I know, and again, my apologies not making some of these pilot meetings because so many other committee meetings, and it's been pretty interesting just to hear from the Carpenter today too, to talk about all the entities and also that they are representative. Now, evidently, this got the ear of a lot of people, and both our partners across the street at the city level. I was just hoping if you was amenable to them, and when you talk about taking it back to committee with them now bringing that information that they need, could we get out of that what some of the things that you've been seeking to get out of this before we went down this road? And to the chair, through the chair to the chair.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Caswell, so what I would suggest is, so that we can avoid the sort of back and forth, if you want to make a motion and we can actually take some action.
To take it back to committee, okay.
Right, and then if we want to discuss that, we can. But in order to move us along, I'd suggest, if that's what you want to do.
Okay, appreciate the chair. And again, I asked to make a motion that we allow this to go back to the pilot ad hoc with the Carpenters bringing their information, just to take it back to the next pilot ad hoc before we come back to us with this recommendation.
Okay, all right. Thanks. Commissioner Caswell is moved to refer it to the pilot ad hoc committee. Is there a second? Okay, it is seconded by Vice Chair. All right, it was moved by Commissioner Caswell, seconded by Vice Chair Avant. It was objected to by Commissioner Brooks. So we have a motion to refer to the pilot ad hoc committee. So now if we require additional discussion on the motion to refer, we'll have that now, and then we'll take a vote on whether to refer to the pilot ad hoc committee. Okay. All right, Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue. Did you want to speak on the motion to refer?
Not really, but I can change my question so it can be within the scope of the motion that's on the floor.
You don't need to. I mean, I think we can vote, and then depending on that, if you want to jump back in, it's up to you.
Well, I'll say this, regardless how the vote goes, if these exhibits that are in the system, regardless of whether we send this to committee or not, these exhibits are not right. I don't know if you want to look at your screen, but I can understand the first exhibit, but when you start getting to page 6, 7, and 8, I don't know if it was a technical error or if this is exactly how it looks. I have no idea what page 8 is. Page 8 has, or 9, or 10. Maybe, I don't know where the flaw was, but regardless of the fact that we're going to look at this and have enough information to make a vote, these exhibits need to go back and be redone.
Okay, all right. Well, we do
That's
have.
the only thing that I'm
Okay.
asking for. Thank you.
Great, thanks. We do have a motion on the floor to refer it to pilot ad hoc. But before we take up the vote on that, Commissioner Brooks, if you'd like to speak on the motion to refer.
Commissioner Brooks would. And I can appreciate that based on the comments from the carpenters. However, that's not proven fact. You don't have that information before you, and you've said you have not attended the ad hoc committees, so you don't know. All I'm going to say is that if it goes back to the ad hoc committee, then we'll take another vote. Do you understand? Because we're at the point of needing to have a moratorium so that we can get our work done. We can start to measuring and monitoring and managing and reviewing these pilots so that we can determine whether or not they're meeting the statutory requirements, number one, and if they're in the interest of the public welfare. We don't know that. You don't know that. None of us know that. I mean, they have self-reporting and slick brochures. Fine. I mean, and I appreciate that. But we need to know the data. We need the facts. And that's what our ad hoc intends to do. And that's why I objected, because we're at the point of needing a moratorium so that we can get the information. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we're at the point now where we're gonna vote on the motion to refer this to the pilot ad hoc committee. So if you vote yes, you're voting to refer it to the pilot ad hoc committee. If you vote no, it is to keep it in front of us right now. Okay, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote. Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Lowry, Avon, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioners Thornton and Brooks have voted no. Commissioner Ford has abstained. We have 10 ayes and 2 noes and 1 abstain.
Okay. All right, item 13 will be referred to pilot ad hoc committee. Item number 16.
Item 16 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee with Commissioner Thornton, which was vice chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 16 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $2,000 to Libertas School of Memphis, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $2,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Mikhail Lowry.
All right, item 16 is moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Thornton, can we have a committee report?
To my knowledge, this item comes down with favorable recommendation.
Okay, thank you. We've got one comment card on this item, and then I'll go to the queue. Bob Nardo. All right, Mr. Nardo, come on up, state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Bob Nardo, Libertas School of Memphis, 3777 Edenburg Drive, 38127. I'm also joined by my board chair, Vanessa Brown, who many of you know. It's been a heavy month for us. I need to preface this by saying many of you heard in the news that just a few weeks ago we lost a precious life, Chloe Williams, to a medical emergency that happened, but at school. And its tragic loss, but I'm very thankful to many community members, including Commissioner Caswell, Commissioner Lowry, and many others who stepped up to help us. One of the people who helped us the most bringing counseling in for our families was our dearly departed friend, Pastor Ricky Floyd, another crushing loss for our community. And there's not enough time now to speak to Pastor Floyd and the gift and the treasure that he was to our community, but I just wanted to be thankful of him and recognize him in this moment as well. But we also have many positive things to celebrate. 10 years ago, Brookmead Elementary School was the second lowest performing school in the state. And then with the support of many local elected officials and community partners, we transformed it into the first public Montessori school that we have here in Memphis. And just this last year, we were named a Tennessee Reward School, which is one of the top 15% of all the schools in the state. People are accustomed to seeing reward schools in the suburbs, but not so much in places like Fraser. So we're so proud that we now have a school providing a private school caliber of education as a free public education in our neighborhood. We, over the last 10 years, have achieved not only academically, but also through our extensive family services. And now, through a new partnership with Southwest Tennessee Community College, we have acquired the Gill campus, which was their branch campus in Fraser, which was started many years ago in the 70s, when some of you know what was happening in public education in Memphis as a private high school. It then became a community college campus that served our neighborhood for a generation, and now it will be the home of a brand new public Montessori middle school campus. We will be serving over 750 children from infancy through adolescence in Fraser. 80% of our students do come from the Fraser neighborhood, but the other 20% come from neighboring communities like Raleigh, North Memphis, downtown, and Berkeley. So we're so thankful to Commissioner Lowry for sponsoring this grant to help us with this expansion process. I also want to thank other commissioners, like I mentioned, Commissioner Morrison, who's been a great supporter of ours in the past, obviously Commissioner Caswell, everything you do for our school, Commissioner Lowry in the past, and Commissioner Brooks, thank you for your recent visit to our school to meet with our families. So we're really grateful for the support from the commission, and we hope to make you proud in the years to come.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks, Bob, for being here. Go to the screen here, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to mention my visit, how much I enjoyed the visit, how impressed I was with the staff, how well behaved the children were, and I really appreciate that. But mostly I was impressed by the participation of the parents and what they had to say about the school. So I'm going to add, I'm just down to my last few dollars, so $5,000 to this, please.
All right, Commissioner Brooks has moved to amend it by $5,000, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. If we can do that without objection, that would take the new total to $7,000. All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. All right, Commissioner Lowry.
Thank you, Chair, and to just echo all the things that Commissioner Brooks said about the school. You're doing great work there. It has been a trying time for the community, but you're a beacon of light there, and you have something to celebrate as well. And I know your students, Callie, Chloe, and as well as Pastor Ricky Floyd are both celebrating together in heaven, especially on your 10th year, because of all the great work you continue to do. So continue to do that. I will always continue to be a supporter as long as I can. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Caswell.
And again, thank you all, Bob. And right now, I don't have any, but I wanted to say on record, my daughter go to school there, so I'll be voting on this because I don't think they pay her a paycheck. She's in the 5th grade there, but thank you. She's been there since preschool, and amazing job y'all have done with our children. Thank you all for what you do.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Morrison.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with Commissioner Lowry's words, beacon of light for the community as far as education goes, and I'm so grateful for you. And I'll also add $5,000. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Morrison has moved to amend it by $5,000, seconded by Commissioner Thornton, so that'll bring the new total to $12,000, if we can do that without objection. All right, thank you, Commissioner Morrison. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to just add on to the accolades for the great work that you're doing. I was in an intense conversation recently and stood face to face with someone who was 10 toes down for Libertas. So y'all have some warriors out there, and it's just as, you know, we're talking a lot about the educational landscape here, and there's a lot of, uncertainties, and to see people who are very certain about a product and a service that they're receiving with confidence, it's heartwarming. I wish that you could expand and quickly, create a replication, like scale-up plan that could reach other communities. I know that that's, I'm just gonna speak into existence, but I'm excited to see how y'all build this out, and looking forward to seeing a high school one day that will be able to push this thing all the way through. So I know that's a lot of work for someone, but just kudos to the work that you're doing, because these are really great accolades that are associated with your service to our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. All right, thank you again for being here. We go way back and appreciate all your work that you do, and the fact that you're here still doing it. So keep it up, and we're proud to support it. All right. All right, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 16 as amended. The new amended total is 12,000. Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Mills, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Lowry, Avon, and Chairman Whaley. We have 10 aye votes.
All right, item number 16 passes. Item 21.
Item 21 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee with Commissioner Thornton as Vice Chair. Item 21 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Memphis Teacher Residency, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Brandon Morrison.
Item 21 is moved by Commissioner Caswell, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Thornton, can we have a committee report?
This item comes down with favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I would like to add $5,000 to this amount. Memphis Teacher Residency
Okay.
does a lot of work in schools in the Fox Meadows and Gear Hill community, and I wanted to support that.
All right, Commissioner Clay Bibbs has moved to amend by 5,000, which is seconded by Commissioner Bradford. If we can do that without objection, the new amended total will be 15,000. Okay, hearing none, it's now amended. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 21 as amended. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Lowry, Avon, and Chairman Whaley. We have 11 aye votes.
All right, item number 21 passes. Before we go to the ordinances, we did have one comment card. It was on an item that was on the consent agenda, so I want to call that up now. If you'd like to speak now, Hope Shaw. Is Hope Shaw still here? If you want to come on down and just state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Hope Shaw. My address is 1045 Mullen Station. I represent ASME Local 1733, Shelby County Corrections Officers. Let me start by saying it is very disheartening and unsettling that the pay parity was not passed and that the mayor's administration waited until the final reading to say they didn't have all the necessary documents to pass it. We have been coming down here for months, fighting, pleading, and begging for this to be passed. At the last committee meeting I attended, I spoke about the challenges that we face about our safety, where people are cutting the fence and breaking into the facility. Commissioner Whaley, this is your district. I'm not sure if you knew that they were breaking into the facility in your district and going outside the facility in your district, where the people who voted you in live. I'm not sure if you knew that. However, now you do. The mental health of our staff after critical incidents like inmate overdoses, violent assaults, and staff members being assaulted. We also are experiencing staff shortages and burnout with the current staff. Today's agenda, the Corrections Department is asking for money for W building. When this commission came and visited the Correction Center, Commissioner Brittany Thornton asked, when was the completion date for these projects? And none was given. However, they're coming back asking for more money for this same building. No completion date is ever given for any project since I've been coming down here that's been passed by this commission. Nobody is being held accountable for anything at the Shelby County Correction Center. However, money is constantly being given to the Correction Center. We represent AFSCME, and an audit needs to be conducted because we are constantly being told that we have no money. W building doesn't have any inmates housed. However, we have several buildings that do house inmates that are leaking and working conditions are horrendous. Like I stated, Commissioner Whaley, this is your district. Some of us live in that district and we know about the things that's going on at the Correction Center. However, it's not being addressed. Director Alexander is never asked to come down here and ask what is actually happening out there.
Okay, all right, thank you, Ms. Shaw, for being here, for your comment. Next item, Madam Parliamentarian, can we please read item 22?
Item 22 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Item 22 is an ordinance second reading, amending Article 5, Section 14-136 of the Shelby County Code of Ordinances to raise the minimum wage of Shelby County employees to a living wage in accordance with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology's living wage calculator for the fiscal year 2026 budget, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Okay, item 22 is moved by Commissioner Sugarman. If we can get a second. Seconded by Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Clay Bibbs, can we have a committee report?
This item came down with a favorable recommendation.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Sugarman, do you want to move this substitute? Commissioner
Yes, so moved.
All right, Commissioner Sugarman's moved to substitute on 22. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Thornton. We should have that passed out. Can we accept it without objection? And we'll read the caption into the record. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, please read the amended or the substitute caption.
The substitute caption is as follows: Ordinance amending Article 5, Section 14-136 of the Shelby County Code of Ordinances to raise the minimum wage of Shelby County employees to a living wage for the fiscal year 2026 budget, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Sugarman, anything further on the substitute?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And so at the committee meeting, Director Thornton stated that he wanted to get with Attorney Ingram and to strike through any reference to the Institute of Technology living wage calculator because he stated on record that, you know, by doing so, by leaving it in there, then there would be a cost associated with it. But now with that taken out, there's no cost associated with this because this is just an ordinance to raise the current wage from $15 to what's recommended or what's in the living wage calculator that I put into the records, and that is $20.77. Having said that, once the ordinance is passed, then the resolution would have to come before the commission and we vote on that, and that would have a fiscal note attached to it. This does not.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Seeing no one else on the screen, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, Commissioner Ford.
All right, thank you very much. Just to the sponsor through the chair, so I see the modifications. So the only changes we got are in the caption and on the second page, number 1, it doesn't change what we're trying to do as far as a step 1. I know step 2 is the parity piece. So this takes care of.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. And very quickly, because I know we're talking about this, I know that we had Ms. Shaw come up. I thought that ordinance passed, Chair, the one that was referenced. I'm staying within the scope because we're talking about parity and all of that, but I believe it did pass that ordinance. So did something happen to your knowledge? Was there a veto or anything on that? And the reason why I'm asking is because if something did get vetoed and we didn't know it, or we may need to add it to this or something like that. I'm talking about the pay parity.
Yeah, I'm not aware.
Are you speaking to when we amended the permanent rules to update? Okay.
No, I'm talking about the corrections getting the same thing as the sheriff. I thought that passed. It's not, and the reason why I'm asking is because hopefully we won't have to do any modifications on this to include them, because I know what my colleague is trying to do. So I tell you what, we don't have to answer that now since we have a second reading, but I'll go back and talk to Ms. Shaw and ask what happened. But I thought something happened where either there was a veto or we didn't pass it, because to my knowledge, we passed that part as far as
Yeah, I'm not aware of
corrections
any
getting
veto.
what they,
Right.
okay.
Okay.
All right, I support the item. I rise in support. Thank you.
All right, very good. All right, thanks. Thank you both. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 22. We can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Ford, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, Avant, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioners Mills, Wright, and Bradford have voted no. Have 9 ayes and 3 noes.
Okay, item 22 will go on to a third reading. Item 23.
Item 23 comes from the Education Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 23 is an ordinance first reading, joint ordinance of Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis to continue a program for a high-quality early childhood pre-kindergarten pre-K for all program through the appointment of a fiscal agent to provide strategy and oversight of distribution of funds on behalf of the county and city. This item requires the selection of a fiscal agent who will ascertain the source of private, state, and/or federal funding, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley, Commissioner Brittany Thornton, Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs, Commissioner Erica Sugarman, and Commissioner Mikkel Lowry. This item was an add-on and amended in March 5th, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you. This item is moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Thornton, can we have a committee report? Commissioner Thornton?
This item comes down with favorable recommendation.
Okay, very good. We have a couple of comment cards on this item. You want to hear those first? You fine with hearing the comment first? You want to go? Go ahead, Vice Chair Avant.
I'd just like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Okay, all right. Vice Chair Avant's moved to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. If we can do that without objection, Vice Chair Avant, you are added as a sponsor. Okay, Commissioner Caswell?
Yeah, I would like to be added as a sponsor.
All right, Commissioner Caswell is moved to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Without objection, Commissioner Caswell, you are on as a sponsor. All right, thanks so much. Comment card, first one, Danielle Inez. Ms. Inez, come on down, state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Danielle Inez, 158 Vance. Good evening, Commissioners. First, I support pre-K for all, and I'm excited about this ordinance. However, I want to bring to your attention an important contrast in today's agenda. There are 4 separate education-related resolutions: pre-K access, allocating dollars to a charter school, approving $400,000 for a private boarding school, and granting $15,000 for a teacher training program. Each of these efforts represents a noble and essential investment in education, but none of them address the core crisis in our public school system. Tomorrow, state legislators will consider the Tennessee Public School Accountability Act, and we are staring down 2 possible outcomes. 1, the bill fails. Many will see that as a victory, but let's be clear, there are no other there are no other bills currently in place that directly challenges our district to step up and improve student outcomes. We've seen bills filed to demand audits, a recall process to remove officials, and to propose staggered terms, but nothing that's tackling the fact that 40% of district-managed schools are failing and 1 in 4 children are missing too much school to learn. The other eventual possibility is that the bill will pass. And that's even more alarming because there's been no public education campaign to inform residents about how to improve it or use their voices to advocate for necessary changes. If the bill is moving forward, then we should be demanding key amendments. For example, local input, in the appointment process. This bill does not allow for local leaders to recommend members of the Board of Managers. A friendly amendment would allow the commission, or at least the Shelby County delegation of state leaders, to have a say in the selection process. Funding clarity. The bill does not define who pays for any of this. The Board of Managers is a paid body. Who is paying them? The transformation plan that they draft and submit within 90 days will require funding. Who funds it? The state is mandating oversight but has not committed to covering its cost. Clarity about funding may not be a friendly amendment, but it is a common sense suggestion that should be incorporated into this bill. Another issue is school closures and charter accountability. The bill expands the Commissioner of Education's authority to close failing schools, which has always been within her power. However, it authorizes her to send students elsewhere, including charter schools, without defining the criteria for a qualified charter operator. We must, at a minimum, require that definition. Representative Mark White introduced this bill in what he might call an earnest attempt to respond to the frustrations of the public and acknowledge the failures of our primary public school system in our community. But before this meeting is over, I urge this body to propose a path forward that reflects what the community has been demanding, which is local control. Local control could mean this commission is given more jurisdiction over the largest expenditure in its budget. You could appoint the oversight body, receive their frequent reports, and offer them guidance. But let's be clear, local control might come with a local price tag. But I know that none of us are debating whether investing in our schools is necessary.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Inez. We have one commissioner in the screen here, Commissioner Avant, you have the floor.
Yes, and I'd just like to comment on, Ms. Inez's statements about this particular bill and the unfortunate dilemma that this puts our community in if passed, that there is no local control, and we have essentially ceded all of our power in order to support the students of Memphis and Shelby County. One of the challenges we have is that the no vote of confidence that this commission passed was one of the triggers for that bill. And when we think about that we are giving up power for us to be able to educate the children of this community, it's a sad, very sad state of affairs that we have aided in what could be a state takeover of our local school body. So I urge this commission and others to think about the decisions that we make that have the most lasting and sometimes detrimental impact to over 100,000 students in this community.
All right, thanks so much. Next comment card we have on item 23, Dr. Gerald Kiner. Come on down, state your name and address, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Gerald Kiner, 4400 Hickory Hill Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38141. Number one, Joe Kent. I left his house a little while ago. He wanted me to let everybody know that he's doing okay. So thank you all for your prayers for Mr. Joe Kent. In addition to speaking to him. He's very concerned about this item. Also, before I get there, let me say we have 16 new CNA students who are starting to class tonight with the Commissioner Scholarship. So thank you, Commissioner Sugarman, and all of you all that supported Daughters of Zion efforts. We have graduated more students, to my knowledge, of anybody in the state of Tennessee, and most definitely locally in Memphis and Shelby County in our CNA program. So thank you for helping us take these young people who are underemployed, or unemployed to another level and working in the healthcare field. But concerning this pre-K item, we're concerned about it because it seems like it's just another More for Memphis 2.0, a way to, I think, funnel money into the hands of select political backers, seeding success, and it's actually illegal. But we're not going to proceed to challenge you. I just want to put this out for the record to let you know in advance that this measure, of course, is illegal. So if you do wish to proceed, then continue to do so. And because it appears that you all are very, very active in wanting to make sure that certain organizations, one particular organization, gets this funding some way or another. So please proceed in doing so that we can escalate it to the next level. But it's very unfortunate and discouraging that this seems like that it's another plot, tireless effort to make sure that a particular organization gets this funding, which is, very disheartening. But it's the state of affairs that we're in our county and our city that, politically are connected individuals, they have a lot of power, unfortunately, to the demise of other potentially outstanding organizations who could do the work as well. But again, please proceed with what you're doing. Just want you to know and wanted to have it for the record so that when it's escalated, that it will be noted for the record that this was told to you all in advance so that you would have the opportunity to do the right thing as the people who are elected to make sure our taxpayer funds are spent accordingly and legally. So thank you again for your time, and thank you again for praying for Joe Kent.
All right, thank you, Dr. Kiner. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to be added as a sponsor.
All right, Commissioner Wright's been moved to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. We can do that without objection. Commissioner Wright, you were on as a sponsor. Commissioner Ford?
Thank you. I got a question, and I just went and asked if this was going to be put on tomorrow's agenda across the street. But my question is to anybody who's a sponsor, what's the difference between this ordinance and what I want to say the previous body passed in support of pre-K? So is this just a re-up to say that we're serious? Was there a sunset on the last ordinance? Since you're the first sponsor, I'm going to ask you, Mr. Chair, what's the difference between what we already have on the books as an ordinance and this right here?
Okay. So if I get this wrong, I'll defer just the county attorney's office, just please correct me. But essentially, there's an ordinance that sets up the parameters of our support for a pre-K program, and then there's a contract that would be awarded to an operator. The contract is a multi-year contract, and it doesn't necessarily require a new ordinance. A new ordinance is being proposed to expand the scope of the program to where it would intentionally include 3-year-olds as well as 4-year-olds. When it was first created in 2019, it was intended as a 4-year-old program. That the demand has grown, so the scope has changed a bit, and that is one of the bigger changes within this ordinance to commit the city and the county to serving 3- and 4-year-old pre-K. But it still would require a contract like it did at the very beginning, which was also renewed since it had been more than 3 years since the 2019 ordinance was passed.
All right, follow-up question to you, Chair. So I see where it says selection of a fiscal agent. I already know what the previous fiscal agent was, so would this keep the same fiscal agent, or would this go through a process to where another fiscal agent, including the one that we have now, would have to go out and compete?
I believe the way it's worded is that it would require the selection of a fiscal agent, that it's not stated within the ordinance itself.
No, I'm asking, would it be the same one, or would there be a process to select? That's
Wouldn't
my question.
necessarily be the same one, but, I mean, they, of course, would likely apply to be considered.
They have a presentation tomorrow across the street, that's why I was asking. So I'm assuming if others wanted to get involved in this process, they would probably be asking for presentations over here as well to be given. So I just wanted to ask that, so thank
Okay.
you for
Would you like to hear,
including
we've got,
No, we're good. I don't need we're in the first reading.
okay,
You,
all right.
You're gonna be presenting sometime in the near future, I already know. So, or I can listen tomorrow when you present over there across the street. So,
Yeah,
no,
all right,
that's
yeah,
not
well,
necessary.
we've got a
We can move
couple more
on.
readings to go. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Okay, seeing no more commissioners in the queue, we can please prepare the screen to vote on item 23. Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clavius, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Lowry, Avon, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioner Brooks has abstained. We have 12 ayes and 1 abstain.
Yep. Item 23 will go on to a second reading. Item 24.
Item 24 comes from the Economic Development and Tourism Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Lowry. Item 24 is an ordinance first reading, a joint ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, and the Council of the City of Memphis enacted pursuant to the Community Redevelopment Act of 1998 and the Uniformity in Tax Increment Financing Act of 2012, providing for the establishment of the Cleveland Street Corridor Redevelopment Trust Fund Ordinance, sponsored by Commissioner Mikkel Lowry and Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
All right, item 24 is moved by Commissioner moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Lowry, can we have a committee report?
Thanks, Chair. Sit down with favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Vice Chair Evans?
I'd like to be added as a sponsor.
All right, Vice Chair Evans moved to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Without objection, Vice Chair Evans, you are added on as a sponsor. Thank you. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. If we could, I would love us to start to use this first read to kickstart the conversation around community voice. And so if you could just speak to what you sent to me via email, what % of this TIF does not actually have an overlaying neighborhood association infrastructure? So whatever you sent to me via email, if you could just give us
Absolutely.
summation.
So the Crosstown District, the Cleveland Corridor District is made up of Speedway Terrace, which has a neighborhood, Justin Gillis, 1276 Faxon Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104.
Just for the sake of time, what % of the TIF area does not actually have a represented neighborhood association? Rather than talking about what does exist, when we map it out, are there any parts of this TIF that do not have an overlaying neighborhood association?
Washington Bottoms and Jefferson Heights.
Okay.
Does not. And they are part of the medical district. They have a very low residency at this point.
Okay. And what targeted outreaches have you done to be able to ensure that those residents are met with and are part of these discussions?
We followed Commissioner Brooks' guidelines on the mailings. We included 3 languages in the mailings to ensure that we had full outreach. It was Vietnamese, Spanish, and English.
Mailings are going to go to the parcel owner, right? And so if there are renters that are living in that area, what opportunities would they get to be able to be a part of these discussions?
Beyond that, for our CDC, which actually stops at Poplar, we did Facebook posts and shared it out via email
Okay.
to our mailing list.
So you said in committee that there were ongoing community meetings that you were having. I would highly encourage, before we get to the third reading, that you make an attempt to be able to get those residents out for a meeting in the two areas where you know that there's not a neighborhood association. And then secondly, the boundaries that you use for the neighborhood associations that you have identified, who vetted those? I guess, how do you know the turfs that you've outlined associated with each of the neighborhood associations?
So the existing neighborhood associations, I'm the president of the Crosstown Memphis CDC, and we work directly with Speedway Terrace Neighborhood Association, and had worked with the Crosstown Neighborhood Association, which is now defunct, but we work in outreach within the Crosstown district. And then the Evergreen district has a very active neighborhood association that was included in the communications, their board and the residents that did fall within the district.
Okay, nice. Just in the time that's left, I just want to just emphasize to this group that I'm really hoping that the people who are in any type of unincorporated meaning just there is no organized infrastructure between them and their electeds or anyone that they're expecting to hold space for them, that we actually include them and show as much due diligence to make sure that they can chime in. This is locking them into a 30-year process, and we just want to make sure that they're aware that these conversations are going on right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. I move to be added as a sponsor.
All right, Commissioner Sugarman's moved to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Without objection, Commissioner Sugarman, you're added on as a sponsor. Thank you. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name was called, and I wanted to make a correction for the record because I see how the record can really mess up a document. This is not Commissioner Brooks's committee. This is the results of an ad hoc committee titled Culturally Competent Community Engagement, which was signed into law by the Honorable Mayor Lee Harris on May 6th. But I chaired the committee, so I know there's some confusion in that. But just to get the record straight, it's not Commissioner Brooks's committee. I appreciate you mentioning my name, but this is a governance document of this body.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Seeing no one else on the screen, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 24. Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairman Whaley. We have 10 aye votes.
All right, item 24 will go to a second reading. Item 25.
Item 25 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 25 is an ordinance first reading. Ordinance amending Shelby County Charter to amend 1, Article 5, Section 5.08, conflicts of interest, 2, Article 5, Section 5.24, recall of elected county officers, and 3, Article 6, Section 6.02, County Board of Education, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley.
All right, thank you. Item 25, moved by Commissioner Sugarman. We get a second. Seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Brooks, can we have a committee report?
This item came down with a favorable recommendation.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Sugarman?
Okay, yes, I have a couple questions. And so, the recall of elected county officers, and I just want to ask the attorney through the chair, do we have the authority as far as putting the recall on, for example, the ballot? Or is that something that has to be granted through the state? Or is that in the scope of our charter?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, that would have to be granted by state law. It would exist in the charter and would only become effective upon authority being granted in state code.
Then my question becomes, are we putting the cart before the horse? And I was wondering if there's any efforts by this commission to reach out to the state to see if we could have some type of authority granted by them. Again, this is obviously the attorneys through the chair.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, I'd defer to you as the policymakers on reaching out to your lobbyists to convey your opinion to the General Assembly.
Point of information to the chair, then have we made the outreach to the state?
Yeah, so the state does have language that would authorize this. Currently, the county charter does not allow for it, neither does the state. So it would require both the state changing the law, of which there are bills that are filed right now that would do just that. And then in that case, this would amend the charter to align it with state law. Now that state law can change, as we know, over the next few weeks. That's why we're here on a first reading. And so there will be opportunity to make sure that this aligns with any law that may be solidified over the coming weeks, which is likely the time frame of when that's going to happen.
Okay, follow-up question to the chair. So have you, again, reached out to the General Assembly and asked them, or rather, to inform them that we are moving forward
Yes.
on this? Or
Yes,
you
they're
have?
aware of it, yes.
And they were supportive?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other commissioners on the screen, we could take item 25 to a vote. Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairman Whaley. We have 10 aye votes.
All right, item 25 goes to a second reading. Item 26.
Item 26 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 26 is an ordinance first reading, ordinance to amend the Shelby County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 18, Article 2, Code of Ethics to ensure county ethical provisions are applied consistently and more closely aligned with the charter and state law. Sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley, this item was substituted and amended in March 5th, 2025 committee meeting.
Okay, thank you. If we can get a mover and seconder, item 26. Moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Caswell. All right, we do have a comment card on item 26. Gerald Green, come on down, state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Gerald Green, 4087 Slumber Lane, Memphis, Tennessee, 38127. I'm down here because God had a way of turning things all the way back around. I was down here before I filed the ethics complaint against Mayor Lee Harris and Anthony Alexander. And some guy named Leakey responded to it. They wasn't being transparent with me about it. I had a full-scale investigation done by investigator, was hired, had pictures, had video footage. The county mayor, Lee Harris, saw fit to keep Anthony Alexander in this position for, he was taking this county car across the county line. He stayed in Atoka. I had pictures. The private investigator had all the documents. I brought them down here to the commissioner's chambers. And a guy named Leakey sent me a letter. If you recall, they had the county commissioners bring out the lawyers and tell me they would get back with me. Commissioner Billingsley never got back with me. When I finally got back down here, I got a letter from him saying Lee Harris didn't violate the ethics. They're going to turn up the ethics committee. But what happened was I had pictures of him having a party in the 160 North Main building, alcohol-free building. I had pictures to substantiate everything I'm saying here. And I brought it before the committee to everybody in here. And did nobody do anything. So this ordinance, I don't understand who it applies to. If I brought facts to substantiate what I said, who does this apply to? They violated the charter completely. Both of those guys. And nobody done anything. This guy responded back, say they didn't do anything. That's not true. They violated. And I want some answers. I want transparency. You guys was held to do a job. We need to do it. He don't get exempt because he's the mayor. He's going to be held accountable as well. And you guys have to hold him accountable because you are his boss. So I just want somebody to explain to me how does this order not apply to those two guys?
Okay. All right. I think we can probably just quickly address that before I go to the queue. For the county attorney's office, can you just clarify for the record who this would apply to, or who it currently applies to, and if this revision changes, who it applies to?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, addressing the ethics revisions directly. This item, I think, can be summed up in saying that it will apply to officers, employees, or officials that have some contractual approval, some sort of supervisory authority, once you incorporate the state law and all those interpretations of those provisions. That's who the charter provision would apply to. The ethics ordinance itself goes in deeper, applies to appointees, elected officials, and employees.
Okay, so just to be clear, to Mr. Green's question, it would apply to the mayor.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, yes.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. And so I requested from the attorneys a copy of the ethics ordinance that the city council, and I have not received it. And the other thing, I would like to make a motion to keep it as is as far as the number of board members to 13.
Okay, Commissioner Sugarman is making a motion to amend the language of this ordinance to keep the size of the Ethics Commission at 13. Okay, that was seconded by Commissioner Mills. Is there an objection to that?
Point of clarification, the reason we have it reducing to 6, I believe, or 7 is so that we can meet a quorum, so I will object.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Morrison has objected. If there's no further discussion, I think we can vote. I believe we also maybe address this in committee as well, but we'll have a discussion and then we'll vote on the amendment to change the number back to 13, which is what it is now. And then there was an objection by Commissioner Morrison. All right, Commissioner Brooks.
I'm on the board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what the number has to do with the quorum, other than you have to have a certain number of people. People not showing up, it is not a function of the number itself, 7, 13, or 15. It's a function of whether or not, it's a function of the motivation of the people on the board. So you can have a zillion, or you can have 7, or you can have 13. I don't get it. I mean, it is not pertinent, if you will, or relevant, the number of people.
Okay, all right, thanks, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I think Commissioner Brooks succinctly echoed my sentiments on this. I think that the 13 to 7 has become a red herring to a core issue here. We're talking about ethics. We're talking about something that can asparage anyone up here and be life-altering for electeds. This is not something that we should take lightly. I do believe that the recommendations coming from our body to be conferred by the mayor, it should reflect our body. We have 13 members. Each one of us should have the opportunity to be able to recommend someone to fill the vacancy that exists. And I just don't believe that going to 7, as it continues to be emphasized, that it's to be able to promote quorum. I mean, here we are. We show up every other Monday. as a body of 13, and quorum is met because we take our job seriously. For those people who are appointed to this particular body, they need to be serious appointments that they understand that quorum and being present is a part of their job description. So I don't know if the selection process as it has been implemented has not been a serious one, but I don't think that us playing with the numbers is actually going to positively impact a process that is a very serious thing. I also just echo what Mr. Green just said, because I brought this up in committee. I asked if the mayor hypothetically had an ethics complaint, what would be the process? And that's very concerning to hear that, you know, through some serendipitous way, like it no longer just exists as a complaint, and it will go to a body that is going to be, you know, recommended from the mayor and then ultimately be under the mayor's purview. So my concern here is really just because we struggle, it seems, for these past 3 years to separate the powers between the commission and the executive branch. Legislative and executive should have solid, clear separation of powers. And here is a clear convolution of that around ethics, which is very concerning. So I highly support us keeping it at 13. I don't believe it needs to go down to 7. I do think that each of us needs to be serious when it comes to making recommendations, and that we need to close the loophole that will allow for a complaint on the mayor to just disappear and never be seen. It has also been brought to my attention that other recent headlines that there's not a formal complaint. And so I'm just curious, how can one be held or drug really off of an ethics violation and it not actually be filed with the committee? So I have lots of concerns about what we're doing with ethics, and I'm just going to call a spade a spade. It's just questionable at best for the timing of everything. So it's very clear that there are clear tensions going on between the two branches amongst certain players, and I just want us to be able to not be punitive towards people because of vendettas. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. I am 110% against having an ethics board made up of 7 people because we can't find enough people to serve on a board of 13. If you take this board of 13 and only select 7 to make decisions, how does that best represent? And speaking of ethics, let me go back to last term when we started to address this ethics board. And there were issues finding people and getting a quorum then. And so there was a resolution, bipartisan, I might add, to bring a blue ribbon committee to address this ethics situation that was vetoed by Mayor Lee Harris and then had to be overridden by this body. And since then, this ethics situation that we do need to address, but I don't think this body and this mayor should address it, because let me just say what it is. It is Lee Harris versus Edmund Ford Jr. right now. And I think we should save this for the next mayor and the next Board of Commissioners, because to your statement, sir, that you made, there are multiple written ethics complaints in the past to Mayor Lee Harris. But you go to the ethics website and one of Edmund Ford Jr. is on there with no written ethics complaint. So I don't feel good about addressing any of this with this mayor and this body right now. And I definitely don't agree to going down to 7. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Mills. So there was a motion to amend this ordinance to change the number to 13 from 7 by Commissioner Sugarman. That was objected to by Commissioner Morrison. So we're going to vote on that amendment. So if you vote yes, you're voting for that amendment, and no is to keep it as it is proposed right now. Commissioner Lowry, you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I want to ask a question. So
Okay, yeah.
maybe to you or maybe to the sponsor, but maybe to the attorneys who propose it. I just want to hear again the rationale for going down to 7. I know I heard about a quorum. Is that because people didn't help me understand that, right? Help me understand what a quorum is with 13, number 1. 2, what a quorum would be if it was reduced to 7, and then your experience around why this body has not been able to meet.
Lisa Cox, Contracts Administrator, Ethics Officer, excuse me. Currently, the number is 13, and in the past, our experience has been it's very difficult to get even close to a number of 13 to participate. And obviously, we would need a quorum. At this time, will be 7 in order to get to effectuate any type of business. And so I did preliminary do some research about 5 different municipalities or governments, even a CTAS model for ethics commission, and they recommended 5 members. Metro government, Nashville, they had 7 members to the ethics commission. The city of Memphis has 8, including their chairman for their ethics commission, and even the city of Chicago has 7 members. Tennessee Ethics Commission for the state has 6 members. So most of these have almost half the number that we have for Shelby County government. And not only that, the requirement in our code right now requires 6 attorneys, 3 of which have to be retired judges, and 7 members at large, which makes it very cumbersome to actually live up to that ordinance and that requirement.
All right, Commissioner Lowry, you're still in the queue here.
No, thank you for the explanation. I'm just doing some thinking here. So with the current makeup, 7 is required to have a quorum.
Police Cox, that is correct.
And does that quorum have to consist of the people that you mentioned there, retired judges, whoever it may be? If you had a body of 13, which consisted of that complement, is all it needed is 7 of any of those members to make up a quorum.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And so again, I have a couple of questions through the chair. Number one, how many, you said there are no-shows and things of that nature. And so, for example, in typical boards, if there are no-shows, if you miss like so many meetings, then you are disqualified or you are removed. Do you all have anything in place such as that? The second question then is, when was the last time a board member was appointed? And the third is, why is this curious, the timing? You know, we have issues, there are concerns, you know, what's going on with one of our colleagues. And then after 7 years, all of a sudden, the Mayor Harris, wants to have an ethics ordinance put in place. It just seems very political to me. So if you could answer those questions, I'd appreciate it.
Felisa Cox, for the rules about the participation, the ordinance does allow the commission to create their own rules for the body, and I'm sure that's an option if that's what they choose to do. At this point, I don't believe that is one of the rules, but they could if they were able to meet. The last time a member was appointed, I'm quite sure it's been more than 2 years, and the term is 2 years. So if there's anything, we only have holdovers at this time. And number 3, the timing actually has nothing to do with us. I believe we met actually a while back, a few months ago, to discuss the possibility of bringing these changes, and it just has, with no choice of mine, this is just how it has fallen on the calendar.
Okay, so I'll follow up. And so do we have any current holdovers?
Felisa Cox, they're all considered holdovers.
Okay, so how many are holdovers? How many are there that are holdovers? And then also, again, I would like to request a copy of what the city council has in place, but do you know how many holdovers we have currently?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. I did email the link to the City of Memphis's information, and it just doesn't appear as if it made it to you. I'll send that link again. In terms of the concept of a holdover is that there cannot be a vacancy unless there is a resignation or an ending of the office. So we could go back and do the historical analysis on the defunct board, but the concept would be that we would eventually find 13 holdovers in some capacity or another, but they don't necessarily appear at these meetings. I think the last time I participated in phone calls, there were 7 humans on the other end of the line. And getting them to meetings has proven to be difficult. over and over and over again.
Okay,
But
Rick, one quick question. And so as far as policy, wouldn't that be a policy issue as far as having the individuals show up? And if there are no shows, then to maybe then go and make other recommendations for other appointments? Because that sounds like policy as opposed to a commission-driven ordinance. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question's to the county attorney, I guess, more around process. It says here, just a statement that you made around them showing up. I guess, to me, can you say for the listening public, for everyone that is here, what is the process of appointing someone to this Ethics Commission? And what are the requirements that have been used in order to bring them before the body to vote them up or down?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. This question was asked in the committee meetings. I'm not entirely sure how the applicants, I believe those applications are received via our website and our portal. How they are selected is outside of the county attorney's purview, but those items are brought to us via resolution to review and present to you all for approval. So appointment by the mayor, approval by the county commission. And in these instances, when there are individuals that have been appointed and exceeded their terms, that's ultimately the barrier that we run into, is that we had individuals who served their term and either were interested in helping in a holdover capacity or did not want to participate any longer.
One last question that I didn't necessarily hear you answer was, what are the requirements for someone to be considered? Are you asking for a particular background? Are you asking just as a layperson who's going to the website and they're deciding to send in their information to want to participate on this particular committee? What are you looking for in that applicant?
Felisa Cox, Contracts Administrator. Right now, the requirements are, like I said, 6 attorneys, 3 of which who are retired judges, and the rest are broader community. I believe it's just a regular application. There are no other requirements.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. To Ms. Cox, Attorney Cox. So how do we recruit or advertise? Or how do we let people know that we have openings? What is that process? What does it look like? Because I would never say, as a policymaker or a person that's in charge of anything, that, we need to reduce the number because we can't get people. I mean, that's on me. That's my bad. So tell me, because I think we need to fix this, whatever it's going to be, we need to fix it. What is our process?
Felisa Cox, I believe, as Attorney Smith said, there is an application online. Our office does not participate except to review the resolutions once the mayor's office brings those to us. What we have done in the past is contacted individuals who were once on the commission to ask if they would consider continuing to participate over these years. And I recall back in 2019, I did that. I believe I did it again subsequently, maybe in 2020. And we even had the opportunity to meet online, and we still could not get a quorum of people to participate. But that's the level that we participate to review the resolution.
I just believe we need to cast a wider net. There are a number of people out there, a number of smart people, retired teachers, retired engineers, retired everything. So it's just a matter of casting a wider net and having the flexibility, if you will, to meet people where they are in terms of service, because this is not a compensated board, right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple more questions. If we wanted to know how many applicants are in the portal for review for this body, how can we get that information?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. We'd have to inquire with the mayor's office.
Okay, so if we could figure out how to get this question asked and answered, that would be helpful. And then if we wanted to know how many complaints have been received and reviewed, how do we get that information?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, we should have that data in our office.
Okay, if we could share that with the entire body. Again, we enacted this particular ethics committee with 13. So the point about what other markets are doing is moot, because that would have been the more appropriate time to bring it into the conversation when we were actually setting the initial figure. Here we are trying to augment that, and it does seem very much so reactive. There is a recent headline. Now, all of a sudden, we are making drastic changes to this particular body with a very clear tension between the persons involved. We can't overlook that in this case. And so when you factor in what Mr. Green has said, clearly, if you are in a certain seat, then your ethics complaints don't get to be at the forefront. But if you're in another seat, then you not only get to be on the front page of the website, though you don't have a complaint, but you also have all of this other legislative action that will come to be able to presumably and potentially expedite process against you. So it just, to the public, the push from the District 10 seat today is just a push of fairness. Again, the ethics complaints, they're very serious. They have a lot of direct impacts to persons that are involved in them. And we just want to make sure that we have a body that can vet this with impartiality. And that's not what I see us moving in the direction to do. I would love to see us have requirements that require less about people's professional backgrounds, but more about their location. Why can't we do something that will align with the commission, that each of the members of the community have to come from one of our districts? So I just feel like, you know, we don't, I agree with Commissioner Sugarman, this should be taken up as a policy issue. I don't think that we need to go from 13 to 7. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. All right, so we're going to vote on the motion to amend by Commissioner Sugarman, which was to amend it, the number of the Ethics Commission back to 13 from the 7 as proposed in this ordinance. So if you vote yes, you're voting for the change to go back to 13. If you vote no, you're voting to keep it as it is proposed right now. Okay, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote. All right, Madam Clerk, please close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, and Thornton. Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Wright, Morrison, Lowry, Avant, and Chairman Whaley have voted no. Commissioner Brooks has abstained. Have 5 ayes, 6 noes, and 1 abstain.
Okay, all right, so that amendment fails. We're back on item 26. Again, we're still on first reading, so there still will be chances to further amend if we'd like. But we're going to, I'm sorry, Commissioner Ford. You want to ask Mr. Green some questions? Okay, Commissioner Ford.
I got a few questions, Mr. Green. So I was listening to you, and you stated, and I don't think Commissioner Thornton's ever going to get her question answered that she had in committee or down here. So you're actually one person that stated that you did file a complaint. And I'm assuming that it was notarized, sworn upon penalty of perjury and all of that, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that either you did not get a response or it was tossed out, is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And you said that the person that responded back to you was somebody last name Lackey, Lakey?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And I'm assuming you got the letter that was given to you that has that person's information and whatnot, okay?
Yes.
And the complaint that you mentioned more than one, so there was one where you mentioned the current corrections director. What was the other one regarding? You said complaints.
The other one was regarding the mayor. They had a party in the 160 North Main building on county time with a bar, alcohol, and an alcohol-free building. And nobody gave me the answer to why it was allowed to take place.
Okay.
So they never responded back to me.
And that got tossed out?
Exactly.
Was there anything regarding any contract?
No.
It wasn't like a PR contract or anything like
Oh,
that?
yeah, yes, it was. Yes, yes,
Okay.
exactly. It was.
And was it because this body voted against and it was executed anyway? Is that what was in your complaint?
Yeah, the leaky guy, that's what they sent me back, that he didn't violate any ethics. They just made up something to get back with me, to get me out of the way, because at that day we had that meeting, they brought, I guess it was you three attorneys out.
Right.
And they couldn't, and I explained to them, they couldn't respond to me and give me the right answer because they work for the mayor. They couldn't give me a legitimate answer. They on retainer, so they can't go against him. Their job's at stake. So a guy sent me a letter named Leakey telling me the facts that he didn't do anything wrong. Even Alexander was taking his car across the county line. He didn't do anything wrong, but it clearly says that in the charter. He violated, mayor violated, and somebody just taking up for him.
So I only got 36 seconds left, and I'll go and do my research, but I'm assuming when you did your research, when that particular attorney was, in your words, hired to set aside complaints, was that same attorney hired in order to come after a particular commissioner?
Absolutely.
That's all I need to know.
Facts.
That's all I need to know.
Facts.
Y'all can have this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. The complaints that we're talking about, are those documented? Like, where will we be able to find that we can corroborate what he's saying, that 2 complaints have been filed with the Ethics Office?
Lisa Cox, Contracts Administrator, Ethics Officer. I do recall that one complaint that he mentioned, and it was sent to outside counsel to review and investigate. But I'm not familiar with the corrections complaint.
So I think I'm trying to understand process. So when a complaint is filed, when you say that it's sent to outside counsel, what is the relationship between the outside counsel and the actual committee that reviews it?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. In these instances, conflict counsel was hired to review the complaints. Those complaints are housed, if we are the organization that's looking into it, we do have a file in our office. In these instances, these files were likely maintained by conflict counsel. I too am not familiar or remember all of the details that Mr. Green has mentioned, but there are files in our office or with conflict counsel.
So the conflict counsel that you're referencing, are these are county employees?
Megan Smith, no, Mr. Lakey is a private attorney hired by the county attorney's office. When there are instances of conflict, we secure an attorney to review various matters or hire them to litigate. It just depends on the rules of ethics for us, and in this instance, it's conflict.
The county's attorney's office is falling under whose budget?
I don't know where our budget is exactly housed in the county's budget.
Because we've crossed this bridge before. That's the reason why Attorney White is here with us. This whole need for independent counsel, particularly from the perspective of the commission. So who's your boss becomes the question here. So we have Attorney, what is his name, Leakey?
Megan Smith does John Linky.
Okay, we have Attorney Leakey, who is a part of a process, and who decides that it goes to him for review, for him to dispose of. There needs to be more clarity over the course of these readings about the working relationship. We're thinking that when a complaint is filed, that it's going to a body that is supposed to make the process more fair. Now you're telling us that a complaint is filed and it goes to one person who's on payroll, and arguably reports back up to the mayor. So in this case, it becomes a major conflict, which is the point that I've been trying to make in committee. If the hypothetical situation happens that the mayor is the receiver of a complaint, what happens? In this case, you're saying there's a process that allows for the mayor's complaints to go to the wayside. That's not the same protection or process that could happen for hypothetically a commissioner that could also get a complaint. And so the process should just be fair. If you do something wrong, you should be able to have that wrong vetted by a group, not just by a person. So this working relationship between this side council, that again is another legislative area that we have to close the gap on, because clearly this complaint just disappeared because of a council that's able to impede the process.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. The good news is we have 2 more readings on this item. So Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 26, first reading. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clavius, Wright, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Avon, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, and Thornton have voted no. Have 7 ayes and 3 noes.
All right, item 26 will go to a second reading. Item 27.
Item 27 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 27 is an ordinance first reading, ordinance approving and setting the salary for the Board of County Commissioners for Shelby County, Tennessee for the 2026 through 2030 term of office to account for inflation effective after the August 2026 election, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
All right, item 27 is moved by Commissioner Sugarman. We can get a second. Second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Brooks, can we have a committee report on item 27?
This item came down without recommendation.
All right. Commissioner Sugarman?
Yes, and so again, this would not go into effect until the next set of commissioners, whoever they are. And again, this just takes into account inflation. It does not take into account the cost of living adjustment. And if you all go to the grocery store and bought a dozen eggs, you know, it's gone from $5 to $8 and it's continued to go up. And so again, currently commissioners pay or salary is $34,900. And so this is just to take into account for inflation for the next group of commissioners. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 27.
Point of order, Mr.
Sorry,
Chair.
Commissioner Brooks?
I was distracted with some reading, and I need to know the number that we're dealing with here. What is the number? Salary.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you. And so I believe when I calculated it, it just is based on inflation rate. And it should be in the queue. Let me see. Yes, it's in the queue. And so it will take it from 34,900 to 40,652, and it's based on the inflation rates from 2021 until present. And again, this does not take into account the cost of living adjustment, just the inflation rate. And it will not go into effect until the next group of commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Lowry, are we good? All right, Madam Clerk, we can prepare the screen to vote. Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote. Okay.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman and Thornton, Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Lowry, Aben, and Chairman Whaley have voted no. Commissioner Brooks has abstained. Have 2 ayes, 6 noes, and 1 abstain.
All right, item 27 goes to a second reading. Item number 28. Did you read Lowry?
I did. It's not showing
It's
up
not
there,
showing, but we
I
did read it on the
report.
record properly. Yeah, so we added Commissioner Lowry as a no and Commissioner Brooks as an abstain.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I did write it down, but I said it incorrectly. We have 2 ayes, 7 noes, and 1 abstain.
Okay. That item will go to a second reading. Item number 28.
Item 28 comes from the Core City Neighborhoods and Housing Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. This item is on third reading, so once it's properly before us, if you allow me to read the summary into the record. Item 28 is ordinance third reading. Ordinance to provide for the establishment of an administrative fee to be imposed on applicants by the Shelby County Land Bank for the advertising, notification, and processing of offers to purchase a surplus property, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
All right, thank you. Item 28, moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Brooks, committee report?
This item came down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, all right, thank you. Madam Parliamentarian, please read the summary.
The summary for item 28 is as follows. This is an ordinance to provide for the establishment of a $70 administrative fee to be imposed on applicants by the Shelby County Land Bank to compensate the county for the advertising, notification, and processing of offers to purchase real property, including land and buildings owned by the county, which was acquired either by purchase, condemnation, dedication, or donation, and has been designated as surplus property. This ordinance requires a 2/3 vote of the membership of the Board of County Commissioners, and the administration recommends approval of this item.
Okay, thank you. I think we fully vetted this item, so if there's no questions, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 28. Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Aben, and Chairman Whaley. We have 10 aye votes.
All right, item number 28 passes. Item number 29.
Item 29 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 29 is a resolution in support of HB 649, SB 1080, requesting the 114th session of the Tennessee General Assembly and Governor Bill Lee to allocate 1/2 of the real estate transfer tax to Shelby County, Tennessee, where the tax was collected on a recurring basis, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton. This item was deferred in February 24th, 2025 Commission meeting.
Item 29 is moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Brooks, can we have a committee report?
This item came down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no commissioners on the screen, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairman Whaley. We have 9 aye votes.
Item number 29 passes. Item 30.
Item 30 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Item 30 is a resolution to increase the trustees' FY 2025 general fund to fully fund Shelby County's property tax relief matching program for FY 2025 for seniors, disabled citizens, and disabled veterans of Shelby County who qualify for the Tennessee Tax Relief Program in an additional amount of $215,000. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2025 trustee revenue commission fees, sponsored by Commissioner Ms. Clay Bibbs. This item was substituted in March 5th, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you. Item 30 moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Clay Bibbs, can we have a committee report?
This item comes down with a favorable recommendation.
All right, thank you. Seeing no one on the screen on this item, Madam Clerk, we could prepare the screen to vote on item number 30.
Chair, before the vote, I believe I was upstairs and I asked to be added as a sponsor during committee, and I didn't see it on here. So,
Okay, let's make sure.
If I gotta do it again, I'll motion.
That's all right. We'll get it done right now. So we'll make sure that Commissioner Ford is moved to be added as a sponsor.
Yes.
I will second it, and without objection, you're on as a sponsor. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairman Whaley. We have 10 aye votes.
Item number 30 passes. Item 31.
Item 31 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Item 31 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government on behalf of the Juvenile Court of Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee, and Port Leith to render the Nurturing Parent Program, NPP, which is an evidence-based parenting course designed to foster safe and nurturing relationships between children and caregivers, and is proven to reduce instances of child abuse and neglect and promote development of empathy and emotional well-being. Said contract shall commence upon execution through June 30th, 2025, with option to renew under the same terms and conditions upon county commission approval. This item requires the expenditure of juvenile court judges' funds that were reallocated from the fiscal year 2024 Sheriff's Office to the juvenile court judges' operating and maintenance FY25 budget from the opioid settlement funds in the amount not to exceed $130,558. Sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell. This item was an add-on in March 5th, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you. Item 31 is moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Clay Bibbs, can we have a committee report?
This item came down with a favorable recommendation.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Sugarman?
Yes, I just want to disclose for the record that Judge Sugarman is my brother, and I will be voting on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I pulled this item because I needed some information in reference to the Nurturing Parenting Program. I'd like to hear from those individuals who are making the decisions about the curriculum, the pedagogy, if you will. I'm trying to understand, and this was a sole source, right? Is this a sole source? They don't know.
Okay, if there's someone who can answer that question, please state your name, title for the record.
Stephanie Hill, Chief Administrative Officer, Juvenile Court of Memphis and Shelby County, and yes, it was a sole source.
Okay, and I need to understand that, the rationale for that first, and then I can move forward.
I'm sorry, a correction, it was a single source, not a sole source.
Okay, may I have the rationale for that, please?
James Gloucester, Administrative Person. What was the question? I'm sorry.
What's the rationale for the single source? What is the rationale for the single source?
Well, the single source, there are other vendors that could do the service, but for these particular circumstances, we need to go with this particular vendor.
Can we enumerate those particular circumstances that we were referring to?
So part of the reason why we selected Porter Leaf is partially because of continuity and because of their longstanding experience with the Nurturing Parenting Program. Under the $1.8 million that was the opioid funding, we proposed 2 programs that were specifically parent programs. The PLTI program, and that resolution and contract has already come through commission, and then the Nurturing Parenting Program. Part of what we've been working toward at the court is, of course, bringing in additional resources for parents and bringing resources into the building. And for the sake of continuity, it was best to go with Porter Leaf. They have a long history in this community of providing that program with excellence, which they can speak to. And based on the other providers, one of which is actually Families Matter, that also does a Nurturing Parenting Program, and we are already in relationship with them for another purpose, but that's the reason why we selected Porter Leaf.
Okay, I'm familiar with Porter Leaf because they do have a monopoly on most social service programs, particularly those coming out of juvenile court. My concern, of course, number one, children, and number two, their parents, and whether or not this curriculum is culturally competent, number one. And then, number two, why are we not giving other organizations who are down on the ground, who are right there where the children are going or coming from, an opportunity to do this work? And there are a number of them out there because I've had 2 to ask me for funding.
So partially why we chose Porter Leaf, again, was the longstanding history they have, the excellence in which they provide the program, the continuity. We really only have 2 parenting programs and initiatives right now. The other one is the PLTI program that they offer.
All right,
And
let me
so-
ask you this before
All
my
right,
time is
thank-
up. I'm getting back in the
Okay,
queue.
that's fine. Commissioner Thornton?
So, sorry. I will acknowledge that I have not been fully present for this conversation, but seeing the people involved, I see people who I know do really great work. And so the program, is this the program that you already do? This is to Ms. Stovall. I'm familiar with the work that you do, and I really support the work that you do and its impact. So can you just talk about the differences when we see
Absolutely.
Porter Leaf and the work that you do?
Okay. Dion Stovall, 38018. So this particular program, Nurturing Parenting, would serve as the segue into the PLTI program. So it's a continuum. It is a multi-generational evidence-based program, where this one has 5 constructs that it serves with parents, and the objective and goal is to mitigate child abuse and to help parents to gain additional strategies on healthy discipline, empathy, role reversal, as well as independence and power.
So when I see 130,000, it's not a lot of money. So what is the scope of work? I guess if you could just educate me on how many Porter Leaf sites are there in Shelby County? How many will actually be a part of this effort? And if it's targeted, can you just tell us more about the scope of it?
So currently, right now, we have 4 nurturing parenting classes that are happening, and they are in conjunction and collaboration with other community programs such as the Neighborhood Christian Center, Emmanuel Christian Church. So we do partner with other entities to provide nurturing parenting throughout the city in our most vulnerable communities. So the partnership with Juvenile Court, we will work alongside their staff to identify parents to go through nurturing parenting, and then they will segue into the parent leadership program to continue their capacity building as parent leaders.
So they would be coming from all around the county because they're parents of juveniles that are coming through the system, and you have an inroad to continue to support them depending on where they are?
Absolutely.
Okay. how big of a cohort, how big of a cohort will you be able to accommodate at this price?
We hope to serve 100. We hope to serve between 20 and 25 per 12 weeks.
Okay. And then, yeah, I just can't say enough about my support of your work at the TLI, is that right?
PLTI.
PLTI, I literally wrote it that way, but said it the other way. So PLTI, it's powerful work, and when you're talking about creating an inroads into that work, that gets me excited because I've seen a lot of empowerment for parents through the work that you do and would support scaling that work up in any form of fashion. So I appreciate you for being here and just being a sound leader. It's so helpful to be able to invest in leaders that you know are doing great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. And I will add that I hope that you all, Ms. Hall, will aggressively consider, strongly consider bringing in or breaking up this contract, encouraging Port Elite to work with some other community organizations who are working with parents.
And I can definitely say, so thinking about the work we do at the court and 75% of it being child welfare, the need for parenting classes like the Nurturing Parenting program is great. Even them serving 100 parents is really the beginning of additional work that needs to happen. So I think there's absolutely an opportunity to bring in additional community partners. We hope to secure additional funding. This will be connected to our dependency and neglect dockets.
Yes, ma'am. My time is running out. I don't mean to be rude, but I heard you say that. My question was, or my request is, that you will encourage Port Elite to partner, break this up, all of this money we're giving them, and give opportunities to some qualified organizations that are in the community.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so
Right.
much. One other thing I wanted to ask, when we talk about the children, the parents, are we talking about parents of adjudicated delinquents or status offenders?
No, we're actually talking about parents specifically tied to our dependency and neglect dockets on the child welfare side. So this program will be bench ordered from those dockets. So this is not a part of the delinquency portfolio of cases. This is child welfare specific.
Solely?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I do see something that is concerning to me. So salaries and fringe benefits at $83,000 for 3 positions. Are these, I'm assuming, part-time positions?
I'll let Porter Lee speak to that part.
Good evening, I'm Karen Harrell, 148 Heritage Lake Road, 38109. I oversee our early childhood services divisions, and those salaries are facilitators like the young lady that we have with us. So we have 3 facilitators that will work to support this grant, and the other positions are allocated. So the director.
So just for what you have written up here, ESC Parent Engagement Specialist, ESC Parent Engagement Manager, Parent Engagement Administrative Assistant, are those full-time or part-time positions?
Those are full-time, but they're allocated through other grants that we have.
So the $83,000, what is it doing if they're allocated from other grants?
So that's a portion of like Dion's, Ms. Stovall's salary.
It's a supplement to their salary that's not covered.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is a one-time grant, right? What is the sustainability plan when you have 3 positions that have a fiscal implication and we know that they'll do good work? How do we ensure that we'll continue to give that access point to the community?
Stephanie Hill, Juvenile Court. That's something that we're working toward because this $1.8 million that was broken up into these 6 programs really was a one-time allocation. And we had some of this conversation over the summer about our effort to really make this sustainable. So we're working on getting the programs up and running and having really good outcomes and data and securing funding so that the programs can be sustainable. We knew when we got the $1.8 million over the summer to allocate to these 6 programs that this was one-time funding. So we're looking into additional funding to sustain them year over year.
Is quarterly reporting required for this? I think per our rules, this crosses the threshold that will require quarterly reporting.
Absolutely.
I would like to see in the reporting that you actually present the sustainability plan and let us know so that we can use this platform to educate persons that will become accustomed to talking to a parent engagement specialist that could potentially not be a role. I think that that's the most disruptive thing we do in government, is that we fund things temporarily. People start to build up a word of mouth about it, and then as they're making faulty referrals, we never educate them on why it left or the fact that these positions leave. And so we need to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to protect the service to community once we see the outcomes that are showing that it actually is impactful. So, yeah, I would also like to see this programmatic expense increase. We're spending a lot on personnel here, but I trust that the roles will do the necessary part to draw out additional funds. So I see where y'all are going there, but if you could in quarterly reporting talk about the sustainability, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Brooks, you've already been in the queue 2 times in this item, so we're ready to vote. We're ready to vote on it. We still have a few more items to go today, so I think we're ready to vote. Okay, I'm going to allow 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute on the clock for your third time in the queue.
In reference to reporting, thank you, reporting requirements, where do your reports go? Who do you send them to?
You're talking about our internal
Just
reporting
in
requirements?
general, I mean, if we all have reporting requirements, and I know where mine go. So, other than your, what do you call it, your annual?
So as it relates to our community partners, we have them report back to us in terms of some of the outcomes. So we collect that internally, but it sounds like from Commissioner Thornton, you all are looking for us to share the outcomes data with you all on a quarterly basis.
I would appreciate it, yes.
Absolutely,
So
we
that
can
we
do
will
that.
have some evidence of your outcomes.
Yeah, absolutely, we can
Thank
do
you,
that.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 31. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, and Sherman Whaley. Commissioner Brooks has abstained. I have 9 ayes and 1 abstain.
Item 31 passes. Item 32.
Item 32 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Item 32 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County government on behalf of the Juvenile Court of Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee, and Progressing Under Restraints and Extremes Pure Academy to provide the successful integration of 10 male justice-involved youth into their year-round residential program at their private school in the amount of $400,000. Said contract shall commence upon execution through June 30, 2025, with option to renew for 1 renewal period under the same terms and conditions upon County Commission approval. This item requires expenditure of juvenile court judges' funds that were reallocated from the fiscal year 2024 Sheriff's Office to the Juvenile Court Judges Operating and Maintenance FY25 budget from the opioid settlement funds in the amount not to exceed $400,000. Sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, this item was an add-on and sent down without recommendation in March 5th, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you. Item 32 is moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Clay Bibbs, committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item actually was sent down without a recommendation because at the time, the county attorney's office had not had an opportunity to look at it, and as of now, the county attorney's office has looked at it and signed off.
Okay. Thank you for the update. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. So again, I just want to state for the record that Judge Sugarman is my brother, and I will be voting on this item. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm back in the queue because I believe I was just by the county attorney. She'd like to speak on this item regarding where we are.
Okay.
Regarding the documents.
All right. Attorney Smith.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. I believe the documents that are in the system are still the ones from committee and not a substitute item. It would be my recommendation that the body see and vote on the substitute item, which has a few changes to the resolution to make it match the contract. So we can either move to print those as quickly as we can, unless there are copies.
Stephanie L. Juvenile Court, we did provide copies.
Copies of the substitute?
We did provide the copies of the substitute.
As chair of that committee, I have not seen a copy of the substitute.
I gave them to Mr. Perry earlier.
It's not marked substitute, so,
Okay.
in its stack of papers. Got it. Okay. It just says number 32 on the top. You don't have that?
Okay, we're having that passed out right now. Commissioner Clay Bibbs, you want to move this substitute?
So moved.
All right, moved by Commissioner Clay Bibbs, second by Commissioner Sugarman to entertain the substitute. Can we? Okay, can we do so without objection? Okay, hearing none, we'll also have to suspend the rule to hear this since it isn't redlined, but we're going to make sure we hear the changes from what's in the system. So I'm going to make that motion. We need a second. Okay, thanks, Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Without objection, we'll now have this substitute being entertained. Madam Parliamentarian, can you please read the caption? Assuming the caption is different here.
Is it a different caption? Is it a different caption? Aye.
You make sure the microphone is on.
Are you
Angela
aware if the
Locklear
caption is
Carrier?
different?
Ma'am?
If the caption is different, I need to read it into the record. Is it a different caption?
Yes, the
Okay.
substitute caption should be different than the previous
Mayor,
section.
give me a moment to read it into the record. Okay. The substitute caption for item 32, a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County government on behalf of the Juvenile Court of Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee, and progressing under restraints and extremes pure academy to provide the successful integration of 10 male justice-involved youth into their year-round residential program at their private school in the amount of $400,000. Said contract shall commence upon execution through June 30th, 2025. This item requires the expenditure of juvenile court judges' funds that were reallocated from the fiscal year 2024 Sheriff's Office to the juvenile court judges operating and maintenance FY25 budget from the opioid settlement funds in the amount not to exceed $400,000. Sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell.
All right, so it appears to me that the change is the elimination of the renewal stipulation. Is that correct, or is there other changes?
Angela Locklear.
Can you move the microphone a little closer?
County Attorney's Office, that is correct.
Okay, all right, very good. Commissioner Clay Bibbs, you're still on the floor. Do you have any further comment?
No, sir.
Okay. Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, all right, Commissioner Thornton, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, Chair. So, the discussion in committee brought up an interesting point. It seems like, I don't know if there have been amendments to the website since committee, but during our committee, it was spoken, and I will admit for the public's listening ears, that I did not put my eye on the website. It was said that the boarding school tuition with board was listed on your website for $16,000. Today, it says that it's $36,620. So I would just like for Commissioner Brooks at some point just to chime in on what was seen on the website. The reason why it was brought up is because at the rate that we are passing, this is putting a price tag of $40,000 per student that is being paid for by our investment. But on the website, it also talks about how 100% of students have received financial aid. And so I'm just wondering, like, how much subsidies will be eligible for the 10 that are listed in this? And what is the opportunity for us to increase the service beyond 10, factoring in many different things? In committee, I asked about the voucher system, if there was any type of application there that could come in as a subsidy for the males that are looking to enroll. So just talk about this. We're paying full price for tuition that seems like it has a lot of different subsidies. And so I just would like to know, why is it that we have to pay full price if they're eligible to be able to get a subsidized enrollment?
Gotcha. Okay, Melvin Cole, 4847 Amy Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109. So when we first updated our website in the past, we were on Amy Road in a small campus. Since then, we have moved to our North Memphis campus, which our overhead for our residential program has increased tremendously just because of we needed positions that we normally would need at Amy Road. To go back to your subsidized, so the ES, the Education Savings Account voucher, those have different stipulations. So every kid is not guaranteed for that. It's kind of dealing with if the parents have certain documents and different things like that. So all of our kids are not ESA. So when you say scholarships and 100%, so we don't charge our kids anything. So everything we don't go out and get, far as through donations or foundations, our board covers. So that's what makes the tuition 100% for our students. But if a kid did, let's say in a perfect world, the 10 students was able to get the EAS program, that leaves an extra $80,000, which would bring in additional 2 students. And we are still holding our agreement of the 5 students that we sponsored in the beginning to start the partnership with juvenile court. So for the total of the 400,000, it's actually 17 students, 2 with the excess of the 80,000, and the 5 that peer will continue to commit to juvenile court in Shelby County.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, I just have a question. A week ago in committee, I just sort of reviewed your website, and day school without boarding was 8,000 and change. And today is 16,620. And we go boarding school tuition was 18. Today it's 36,620. So I just need to understand that, because it's very confusing to me. And I know you said that you had to update your website, but we're talking about May 5th? March, I'm sorry.
Yes, the website was just updated. We have not updated the website since the move to Chelsea Avenue.
So the last time you were here, and I quote, you weren't, were you here at our last
No,
meeting?
ma'am, I was not.
Okay, whomever was here.
No one from my organization was here.
No one from your
No,
organization?
ma'am.
Okay.
So to answer your question, the increase on the day student and the boarding was because of, so we are a Category 1 private school. So Category 1 means we have a certificate, accreditation through the state of Tennessee Department of Education. So they require all of our people to be certified. And then once we moved into that building, it of course added more additional staff that we needed to hold our Category 1 certification. So on top of the residential, obviously, increasing the space, the manpower, and be able to ensure the kids. Everything was a total upgrade.
Okay, so in addition to recruiting people to meet that Category 1 required by the Tennessee Department of Education, you go out and you get grants or make deals, I don't want to say make deals, but you sort of get students from different organizations, such as juvenile court and Christian centers and YMCA.
No, ma'am. The only partnership we have is juvenile court. Everything else, we actively recruit our kids, have them come in for service, word of mouth. So the only organization that we partner with is juvenile court. Because my biggest thing was we can't continue to send kids in an environment that created the crime with our kids living in double the national average of poverty.
Okay, so do you have an account, well, not an account, but do you have a partnership with MSCS?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever?
No, ma'am, we're a private school.
Well, I know private schools have public-private partnerships.
We do not.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. This is kind of all over the place because in the document that was submitted, the total per youth is $29,919. It includes in this tuition, room, food, and transportation. So it's like, I support the work that y'all do, but the numbers just need to make sense.
Once again, this was sent in before we moved to the Chelsea Avenue campus. I think that's where the
But then it doesn't really make sense because your website and what you sent in would be in conflict.
Excuse me?
You're saying that you just, since last committee, updated your website to reflect new numbers that are twice the amount. We're looking at the documents that you submitted for this particular grant proposal, and this number is in conflict with what was previously posted on your website. So
yes, ma'am. We just moved into Chelsea maybe a month ago. So our new Chelsea location, the ribbon cutting, was just February the 7th.
Which I understand, but when did you submit, when did y'all draft this?
I think this was like last summer.
So when was $29,919 the all-in figure? On your website, you had a different figure even before you made the move. So it's not adding up. The move, independent of the move, when you wrote the proposal, it was already over $10,000 more per student than what you had advertised as your figure. So, and I guess I'm just trying to understand in the context of education, what is driving these costs to grow exponentially, like through the years? Like what?
And Stephanie Hill, Juvenile Court, if I can speak to the first part of the question. So we've been in the process of developing the contract for some months. And so we've been in conversation about what the cost would be. And my best understanding is what we put into this document was their guesstimate of how much it was going to cost when we were able to get the contract in place at the new location. And I'm just hearing that there is an elevated cost, so we did not factor whatever the elevated cost in when we drafted this. And so I believe that Pure is going to supplement the difference because we did not factor that in. We proposed this $400,000 last summer in May, and then we worked with them to develop what the costs were to put into the contract, and so to figure out how many youth we would be able to serve. And so at this point, if it's now $36,000, that was not what we initially factored in. And I want to also say two things to consider is that we're going to be paying them for 10 youth was the initial amount that we estimated, but we've been sending youth continually to Pure Academy. They have not turned any youth away. This is a partnership we absolutely need because we need this residential option. And with this opioid funding, the 10 youth that we're proposing to pay for, it's for 1 year. And we anticipate, because we don't always know what youth we're going to be able to send because it's based on who's in our system. They could be a 9th grader, they could be a 10th grader, they could be an 11th grader. And so at this point, we're proposing to cover these youth and we're really paying for 1 year, but we anticipate that Pure will continue to sustain them even though we're only paying for 1 year for them to be at Pure.
Okay, thank you very much. Vice Chair Avant?
Yes, thank you for that clarification. I think I've been aware of the work that Pure has done over the years and the validity of the program and what they have provided as a resource to this community. How much does it cost to house a child in the juvenile system a year?
That's a great question, and I should have that number off the top of my head, but I can definitely tell you it's many times over more than what we would be paying to Pure to have them, because of course what you're talking about, not just detention, maybe the long-term care, if we put them in DCS corrective custody, is quite costly. And so this is absolutely the better, cheaper option. It's better for the community long-term for youth to be able to go to an option like Pure versus going into DCS corrective custody. Because of course the only youth we want to refer to Pure are youth that need a residential option. That means for one reason or another, home is not the best place for them to be able to get the rehabilitation and the services and the consistency. So we are only referring to absolute.
I would correct some of the language, and this is the cheaper option, that this is the more rehabilitative option for our students. It's not a cheaper option. It really is the quality of the program in which Pure Academy has provided, and this is just since I know that they were in the Whitehaven community. So I understand what the point you were trying to make, but I do want to make sure for the record that we're talking about it in terms of the quality of the program that has been provided, the intent of this program to really rehabilitate, and the longevity and continuity that has been provided for the youth that have been placed within the program.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I do want to say we had 2 graduates in December from Pure Academy. And again, naming, we have continued to place youth there. It comes up all the time in terms of referral. We refer youth, they vet them for their fit for the program, and they've continued to take youth despite the fact that we have not paid them anything. And we deeply appreciate the partnership, and we absolutely need this option.
I would like to answer your question. By the state, it's costing us $230,000 per year to incarcerate a youth for 1 year.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair Avant. Commissioner Lowry?
Thank you, Chair. I think that was, you're going in my direction with what you said there. I'll make sure I understand, because I agree with Vice Chair Avant there, but also too, when you can find alternatives and be more efficient with our dollars is always good too as well. So go back to that, because that's my question, was how much does it cost for someone to be in juvenile detention for a year? That's question number one. And then how long will these students be in your program that you could be potentially gaining?
So to answer your first question, it's costing $230,000 for the state the last time I checked. To answer your question, the second question, the students stay until they complete, which is graduate from high school. So just like if a kid come in as a 9th grade, then he has 3 years. If he come in at 2 years, he has 2 years. Then from there, we offer our transitional housing where the kids that do not go to college, they're located on our old campus in Amy Road, where we house them and put them in trade school with TCAT and more tech to make sure that they are set up for success as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Thornton?
Chair, this is my 3rd time in queue. I felt the need to be honest.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Thornton, I appreciate that. I'll give you 1 minute to ask any final questions, and we'll take it to a vote.
Okay, thank you. So when we talk about $230,000 the cost to detain juveniles, that's an inflated cost. And so what I want us to do, I know that there's a funding infrastructure that will allow for that number, but that's utterly ridiculous. And so if we're talking about why it's important for us just to make these pushes, it's not taken away from the quality of what you're doing at Pure Academy. It's just if we continue to fund at an exorbitant rate, then we are going to limit the amount of people who have access to the product. And so I just want to just hold space. The numbers have not added up today. And I still will support the effort because I understand that it's good, but I question how many beyond 10 could have qualified if we would have made these numbers work better so that we could get more people guaranteed in the program. I understand that you're doing benevolent things to be able to support juvenile, but that's not a metric that we should be able to track. We should be able to definitively say that we can get 20, 30, 40 youth that will qualify into the program, because now we're creating this lottery. So I don't even know how y'all are going to select people, but I just know, just off of intuition, more than 10 people would need to have access to this great opportunity. So really, to those people who are bleeding hearts up here, just think about them. Their perspective is not being spoken to today, but I do think that someone should speak up on behalf of the 11th, 12th, 20th, 30th person that won't be able to get a part of their program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. All right, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 32. Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Lowry, Avon, the Chairman Whaley. Commissioner Brooks has abstained. I have 8 ayes and 1 abstaining.
Okay. Item 32 passes. Before we consider item 33, I want to go to item 34. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item 34.
Item 34 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee with Commissioner Thornton as Vice Chair. Item 34 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Later Skaters Memphis, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This item was sent down without recommendation in March 5th, 2025 committee meeting.
All right, thank you. Item 34, moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Thornton, committee report.
This item comes down without recommendation.
All right, thanks so much. We've got a comment card here, Benji Smith. Benji Smith, please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Sure. Excuse me. My name is Benji Smith. I represent Later Skaters Memphis, and I live at 3320 Highland Park Place. Last week before, when I was here, I was asking about expanding the dollar amounts for this. The reasoning behind that has certainly not changed, in that I've received another email stating that the costs on the boards continue to climb. One way or another, I hope that this evening that I get a positive response so that we can go ahead and make that purchase to get these boards for the kids of District 12. The very short version is that we do good work. We have kids that come up to us all the time thanking us, parents thanking us. We just did some things with Memphis City Parks for their spring break this past week. We did our own event, and each time parents being grateful that we have created an outlet and a possibility for those kids, that is nothing but positive. I will tell you that the other addition was to ask for an additional $3,000 for a porta potty. I have not had so many thank yous on anything, even the skateboards. So we certainly hope that that will get looked at, if not tonight, another time. I believe that's all I have for you tonight. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Commissioner Sugarman, you have the floor.
Yes, and so, thank you, Chair. So the skateboards, okay, you mentioned District 12, but District 12 does not have a skateboard park, but there are several skateboard parks at other commissioners' districts. There's the Toby, there's also the one in Raleigh, and there's one, I believe, downtown. So the skateboards that you gave out Christmas were not basically kids from District 12, because it was at a church in another commissioner's district. So it's not, the skateboards are not just for my district. So I just make that clear to my colleagues. Also, you provide skateboard training. I know that, for example, you gave my grandson and my granddaughter a skateboard, and they're looking forward to the classes. And so can you speak about what classes you provide for not only children but adults as well, across the district, not just in District 12?
Certainly. Later Skaters has committed to do free beginner skate lessons, skateboard lessons across the city the second Saturday of each month. This past Saturday, 2 Saturdays ago, sorry, we did our first one of the year. We did it on Broad Avenue. It was freezing. The weather was not cooperative, but we still had a good turnout. The next one will be the second Saturday in April, and we will continue those each month until October. I believe we're at Hickory Hill Community Center for the next one. May, I believe we will be at My City Skates, and we move these around, and we intentionally avoid going to skate parks when we do these. The reason is that the last thing we want to do is take an enormous number of kids that have never ridden a skateboard and put them in a position to get hurt. So we start on flat ground and we work from there.
So do you go to community centers? Because my district does not have a community center, that's what I was asking. So do you go to community centers to give these lessons, or where do you go?
We have just managed to find locations. We've got discussions going with 5 other locations beyond May. As I was saying, My City Rides is a nonprofit on Summer Avenue. They have a large asphalt surface. It's fenced in,
Okay.
safe, easily accessible.
And you, $3,000 is for porta potties, and where are these porta potties gonna go?
Okay, the porta potty, the Raleigh Springs Park has no facilities. It has been suggested. The very first time 3 years ago when I went there, I asked. I'm an adult. I'm like, I'm not going behind the trees. But I was told repeatedly, including by the adults, the trees are the number one option. Going to McDonald's or one of the restaurants across the street, crossing Austin P is not really a good idea. It's 7 lanes at that point. It's not a good idea. And the library has turned away kids with skateboards, which is not helpful either.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. We'll have to leave it there for now. You're good, Commissioner Sugarman? Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 34. Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Avon, and Chairman Whaley. We have 11 aye votes.
All right. Item 34 passes. Thank you. Item 33.
Thank you very much.
Item 33 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 33 is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, hereby instituting a 30-day moratorium on the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Program. Sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley, this item was an add-on in March 5th, 2025 committee meeting.
All right, item 33, moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Brooks, committee report?
This item came down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, all right, thanks so much. Any comment on this item? Okay, Commissioner Brooks.
If I may just mention that a few items back, we had before us an item that quite possibly cost the taxpayers of Memphis and Shelby County over $40 million a year. And the request was to review the organization so that we could determine whether or not it was meeting its statutory obligations as well as being a benefit to the public welfare. We asked for a short moratorium in order to do the work so that people would know that their tax dollars were being spent wisely, but that there was a benefit, affordable housing, neighborhood revitalization, all of those kinds of things that the state legislature set out in statute for entities that want to get welfare, tax dollars. And we voted it down. So now here we are with the resolution for moratorium on a low program, Milton Community Grant Enhancement Grant Program, that gives dollars to community organizations to help fund programs throughout the community. And I just want us to think about that. You know, we can't fund, we can't vote for a moratorium on a questionably $40 million program. And then we have one coming up for $2,500 program. I may be exaggerating with that, but the difference is huge. I just want us to think about that.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Seeing no other commissioners on the screen, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 33. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Mills, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, and Avon voted no. Have 5 ayes and 6 noes.
All right, item 33 fails. We're now at the point of the meeting for any announcements or statements. Commissioners, if you have any announcements or statements, please get in the queue.
A point of information, I saw that we're having subcommittee meetings related to item 33? Will we continue to have those?
They will still happen, yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, any other announcements or statements? Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a few announcements about town hall meetings that are scheduled in Hickory Hill. The Shelby County Enhancing Business Ownership Program will be held this Saturday, March 22nd, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Registration begins at 8:30. Location is at New Direction Christian Church at 6120 Winchester Road. If you have questions, contact Christopher, the church. The next one is the town hall meeting dealing with evictions and legal. One second, my screen. Okay. Evictions, and it's going to be hosted with Judge Henderson and other nonprofits. And one second. And that's going to be held, one second. I'm having technical issues. Okay. And so that one's going to be held Tuesday, March 25th, from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. at New Growth Christian Church at 7550 East Shelby Drive, Memphis, Tennessee 38125. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Lowry.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to echo and say again, our hearts and thoughts and prayers go out to Ricky Floyd, Pastor Ricky Floyd, his wife, Pastor Sheila Floyd, his entire congregation, family and friends. It's a tremendous loss for our community. I know some of us share the parts of Frazier, but he's always been a staunch advocate for Frazier and the parts I represent as well. Truly be missed, and celebration of his life has been communicated that will be on the 28th of this month. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do want to make everyone aware that I'm having a District 11 Town Hall meeting on Thursday, March 27th for the Parkway Village community at McFarland Community Center from 5:30 to 7. The invited guests are City Councilwoman Janice Swearengin Washington, Shelby County Division of Commission Services Sandy Bromley, General Sessions Criminal Court Judge Taylor Batchelor, Shelby County Trustee Regina Newman, and the West Tennessee Legal Area Services will be there partnering for that town hall meeting.
Okay, all right, thanks so much. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. It's always affirming to see new appointees in action. For you to mention Judge Batchelor, it's exciting. I wanted to just give a shout out to the Small Business Big Year entrepreneurs. They are halfway through their 6-week program and they are progressing very nicely. We had 75 folks sign up for a virtual cohort to get them to their next level with their businesses. And so I just want to thank publicly any of the public and private guest speakers that we've had and just congratulate the entrepreneurs as they're going through their coursework. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Vice Chair Avant?
Thank you, Chair. Just want to acknowledge and thank the EOC office for the vendor informational session that they hosted last Monday, March 10th. It was great. Commissioner Thornton and I were able to be present, and they had good participation. They are continuing to find ways to make sure that there is an ease and path for how people can do business with Memphis and Shelby County. I'd also like to announce that on March 25th from 9 to 11 at Burke Ferguson Community Center, we will have the Shelby County Enhancing Business Ownership for District 5 and invite all to come out and participate.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Evans. Commissioner Brooks?
I need to thank all of those who came to our District 7 annual meeting on March 8th. I want to thank particularly the mayor, Chief C.J. Davis, quite a few city officials who showed up, our land bank, of course, and community services. So thank you all very much for your participation.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, Commissioners, with that, we are adjourned to Monday, March 31st, 2025 at 3 p.m.
God,